Hello.
Oh wait, I need to put my watch on charge before it runs out of battery. Yes. What's my name? Why do we have organized? I don't remember saying that. Was that from one of your advertisements? No, excuse me. Ding dong. Ooh, free vehicles. Hang on, I'm gonna grab at that promotion. Oh, when you purchase any world kit, you get a vehicle kit. Okay. Darn it, I thought I was going to get 3 free 3D assets, but that is not the case. Gosh darn you, sir. Ding. Ding dong. Ding, habing, habong, habam, bing, bing. Where is the thingamajiggy? Blah. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Still need to post in all the different places. I'm still doing the needful. Advertisement over? Hey, good to hear. Oh, I already posted that this evening. And then we drop this here. Drop this here. Ding dong, habang, habom, habam, boom. Bing ding. Wing ding ding. Bam. Boom. That should be everything. You're very silly. How was work? Work went fairly okay today. Wasn't too bad. Also, do I need to adjust the thingy-majiggy? Yeah, I think I need to adjust the thingy-majiggy. Also, there's all these emails I need to double check and what have you. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Let me just readjust my seat. My god, like, the thing that I'm noticing about this chair that I'm in right now is maybe it's a bit too big for me now. Like, it's not a, like, oh my, hang on. Bam, there we go. All right, so now, like, you know, when I'm facing the screen, I'm facing you, all of you lovely people. Hi, everyone. Happy Thursday. Hey, we're past hump day and what have you. Thank you so much for being here first, Erne and Zach. I greatly appreciate it. You shrunk? Well, okay, so context. I purchased So this was probably it's a 2019 model of the Secret Labs Omega chair, because back in like 2020 I was one of those peeps that was like, oh, I'm gonna get myself gaming laptop or gaming monitor. I'm gonna get gaming because gaming seems like the most appropriate thing for me to get as a gamer and such. Lo and behold, do I not realize that you know, getting a quote-unquote gamer model, you're just purposely putting yourself into, like, you know, you're paying a premium for less products is what's happening. So, bing, ding. Sorry, I'm just, like, doing all kinds of nonsense. So yeah, so it turns out by buying, like, gamer models, you're basically spending a premium for less features. So really, like, when it comes... So, for example, I don't need a gamer standing desk. What I need is a standing desk that is good for the office environment, but is not, like, mil-spec or anything like that. So I was able to find something like that. I don't have a gaming microphone. I have a, ding. Dong. Hang on a second. I need to press some buttons. Hello?
Hello.
Welcome, welcome. Good to have you.
Likewise, I'm just stopping the music, shut up music.
Nice. Alright, I need to slap that over there, slap it there. So yeah, I still have music going off. It's what I call it when it's like, yeah, I'm moving things like around and what have you, you know, bing bong smooth and transitions and things.
Oh, hang on.
So yeah.
Restart stream together.
Oh, do I have to press an extra button? Like...
No, I think I fucked up. I think I accidentally exited.
Okay. Let's fix that.
Oh no, connection error. Failed to connect to stream together. Please refresh the browser and retry.
Invite guests.
Okay, let me just poof out of that. So you invite me.
Well, it doesn't let me invite. There's like a knock feature, but like your thingy-majiggy isn't.
Hang on. I think because it for some reason.
Send invite. There we go. And then I just need to mute the audio and all that nonsense, and then start the shared chatting. There we go.
Audio. There we go. Done. Shared chat on.
I just want to share chat. Like, that's the thing. I don't care about all the other stuff. I just want us to share our chat. Like, you'd think there'd be a thing.
Exactly.
Oh, what do you know? They've got a Chrome extension for toggle to talk. By pressing the hotkey, you can easily toggle your microphone on and off and stream together. The default hotkey, Yeah, cool. Don't care. Performance settings now automatically trigger. Adjust your video settings to match performance. Push your guests live automatically. Customize guest placement as a co-streamer. Screen sharing, select your audio output, add your camera to group outputs, follower and sub-length requirements for your request line. What? So they've definitely like added more things to this, but like all of it's all great, but it's always in the service of like, oh hey, like you IRL streamer, like do you want to collab? And it's like, yeah, but if you're a VTuber, you're already using like Discord because you want like specific things, and
yeah,
why the fuck would you ever want to use Google Chrome for your chatting when you have like all kinds of nonsense going off with Discord? So yeah, Grant, your IQ is going to be higher than your weight in kilograms. It already is. My IQ is like 117 or something like that, and I'm still at 95 kilograms even after.
You believe in IQs? That's funny.
So long as I believe in myself, I can believe in many things. I'm capable of anything, Code. But yeah, where was I in my train of thought? Oh yeah, Code, you're familiar with the whole what's-a-mahoozy? Like, you know when there's like branded stuff that's like, oh, it's for gamers.
Ooh, gamers.
Yeah, like here's a gamer desk chair. Here's a gamer's monitor. Here's a gamer's keyboard.
I am never buying a gamer chair ever again.
Yeah.
The one that I've had for the last 2 to 3 years is so fucking uncomfortable. I have to put a pillow under my ass in order to sit on it for longer than 2 hours.
Oh goodness, I'm so sorry.
And I have a fat ass.
Here's the thing, like I didn't realize this because I went for like a gamer desk chair. I went for like Secret Labs, and back when I was a heavier lad, I went for like the Secret Labs Omega. And yeah, like it's getting a little like I didn't realize at the time, but basically gamer is like mil spec, where it's like, oh, you think it means something really cool, but really it just means like, you know, stripped down premium.
No. I would rather get a decent ergonomic chair than another gamer chair.
Yeah, I would probably get like. Here's the thing: is like going for like ergonomic chairs like Herman Miller's are expensive, like in Australia, because it's like, oh, here's a Herman Miller. Don't worry, it's pre-assembled, even when they deliver it. So you're like, oh, cool. I'm paying like, you know, 4 times as much on shipping because the weight of the box is the same, but it's now like 4 times the size.
Yeah, like I'm looking at like gaming chairs on like Amazon. Fucking half of them I wouldn't want to sit on.
Nah, and Secret Labs is like definitely like one of those. It's one of those premium ones, and it's in the classic. Like it is a premium even for like for gamers, which means it's, you know, like it's like it's a premium, so it's competitive price against other premiums, but it's like you're better off just going for normal like premium brands that are like, here is the Executor or Big Dick Energy or something like that, and you would probably get more comfort than whatever Secret Labs throws at you.
Oh yeah, like even looking at like I would even prefer to look at places like Fantastic Furniture and get one of their chairs. Like they've got an Amber Gaming office chair without a pedal.
Yep.
It looks so much more comfy than anything else I've seen from any other. Like I'll send you the link on like on Discord so you can see what I'm looking at. It looks so much more comfortable than any other gaming chair that I've sat on. I'm like, this is the type of shit that I need instead of like fucking those stupid ass gaming chairs.
Let's have a look. Hang on, let me open up Opera GX so then that way chat also has the opportunity. So wait, is this the chair that you have right now, or a chair you want?
No, that is a chair that I would want. The chair that I have right now, I couldn't find it. I probably wouldn't be able to find it anymore. I'll give you an idea of what the chair is I've got right now. So this one here is sort of like the chair that I kind of have at the moment. Sorry, I accidentally put in a...
you got like the Bathurst or something like that from Officeworks, didn't you?
I got one of the... No, well, yeah, I think it was from Officeworks. It was one of those like Bathurst style fucking gaming chairs. It was about like 120 to 130 at the time.
Yeah, no, you're talking like... So, for like, I'll be real with you, I also went and got one of those chairs long ago.
Yeah, mine is one of the Onyx ones, which was one of the fucking cunt and piss and shit and
yeah,
one of the Bathurst chairs that Officeworks had.
Yep. So yeah, I'll be real. The Amber Gaming office chair that you spotted in Fantastic Furniture does not look comfortable to me.
You know, I wouldn't say it doesn't look super comfortable. It looks more comfortable than anything else I've got at the moment.
Here, let me find...
The armrests I don't much like, though.
Yeah, the Herman Millers are definitely a premium, and normally they're like, oh yeah, you buy like, you know, dozens of these for the office or something like that. But...
Oh, this one actually looks really nice.
Like, hang on, let me... Products, here we go. Office chairs. So... Like... So yeah, we spent quite a bit of money on
those ones with the sort of mesh backs are actually pretty good too.
In Australia especially. So...
Like, Fantastic Furniture have a few, like, ergonomic type ones with those mesh backs and, like, the lumbar support, which looks really nice. It's just the padding on the chair that I'd be worried about. Like, I'm not getting one with a mesh seat, though. That's the only thing. It's got to have good padding on the seat.
Yeah. Oh, you're one of those, like, you're sitting with anything in these chairs, and you want the long comfort.
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at this. A solid mahogany. Like...
Mahogany.
Mahogany. Solid mahogany, wood swivel, classic office chair.
Who the fuck would want a chair like that?
I would want a chair like that for the aesthetic.
That is like the villain turns around holding a cat.
That is
chair.
no. You know what this is? This is your grandfather's chair that he got back in 1970s, and it's for a desk that it was originally meant for writing, holding like a really old iMac and like, you know, third-party speakers and such. And for whatever reason, it always makes a groaning noise despite the lack of like additional parts to it. Like you just, you know, you sit down,
no.
you do the rotation, like aesthetically, like.
No, that is totally fucking villain chair material.
No.
That is Dr. Evil turning around.
No. You need a high back office chairs are villains. So hang on a sec. Mahogany. So, like, this here is a villain. Something like this, when it's high back. Like, this one here, you could still, like, the shoulders and the head would still be shown and what have you. But then you swap over to something like, you don't even see what I'm sharing. Hang on a second.
No, I see it.
Yeah, but you're seeing it on stream, so you're, like, a few seconds behind and what have you. Here you go. So then that way you're in on the fun on a little more actively. But yeah, look at this. Look at the high backness on this one here.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, and it comes with a footrest. Although $700 for that chair seems a bit excessive.
It looks like it's got like massage features and all that to it.
Nah, look at
Oh, no,
I just love how it has the classic what's-a-mahoozy.
It looks like you had opened the door to a car with that.
It's like either opening the it's from the like a Lazy Susan chairs for sure as well, like
yeah,
something that would have taken way
like
more mechanic.
You'd turn around with that chair and it's all like, "Good evening, Mr. Bond."
Oh, there's Secret Labs over there. And then there's this office chair. Oh my god, look at this Lego. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, that does not look comfy.
That does not, like, that looks like someone stitched the pillows on.
It looks like something from like a fucking dominatrix room. Like I would expect
it's because of the shine.
Yeah,
and it's just photoshopped in there. Like
it's got that shine to it. It's like it looks like something like a dominatrix would sit on.
Yeah.
You know, looks like it would make a sound with every movement. Yeah, like every time you would just shift your buttocks slightly, the only thing you would hear would be.
No, this is the gamer chair. Look at this fucking thing.
Oh,
of course, Kode. Look at this.
I would.
Oh my god.
I would not buy that.
That, you know who would? It would be the kid convincing the dad this is what they need in the living room or something like that. And the dad technically wants that kind of, you know, lean. Oh, it's got a cup holders on both sides.
Why?
I don't know.
I mean, it does look so bad.
Also, like, it's a hardened base, like, so you're not rolling that shit around.
No. See,
oh, look, there's the dominatrix chair again. There it is.
Oh, it just looks so bad.
Yeah. See, something like this even is an almost, but I know there's going to be like no change to the lumbar support and what have you.
And that padding does not look great.
So yeah, but unfortunately, like, good office chairs are ones with like multiple adjustments. So like anything with like extra amounts of cushion like won't do it. You need to basically find a chair that's gonna let you make all the adjustments that you can possibly make.
That's why I do prefer like Fantastic Furniture or even Office Works at the moment.
Yeah.
A lot of theirs are a lot nicer.
Yeah. So ergonomic office chair, and this is from Shio. Yeah, this one has not that good of a
I don't
because
like
half
the
of
seat
it,
on that.
like the minute you get off the metal that's holding your weight, you're just surrounded by plastic, quite frankly. So yeah,
No,
and so
I don't like
everything
that.
at one point would just start sagging over time. So,
Sagging like damn titties.
yeah. Actually, what about this one? This one's a little more stylized, but
Don't like the headrest, honestly.
the headrest is kind of cool. But yeah, I get what you mean. But yeah, like I'll need to look it up again. Like, what is the because I don't know if it's a Herman Miller or something else, but like there's definitely a chair like that I would replace this one for like adjustability for the mixture of just sitting up and then just being at my desk all the time. Especially because like the Omega that I'm in right now is meant for much bigger people and it was intended for taller people, not heavier people. I got the chair because I was heavy back then, and it was maximum weight was like 150 kilos or something like that, and ideally 120. Whereas now it's like, yeah, I now can go onto chairs that don't need to hold 120 kilos. So like, yeah, there's some good gaming chairs out there, but better off just getting a nice chair. Get avoid gaming. Just unless you are explicitly getting something for a bit. Don't get gaming brand for your gaming needs. It's not like you can like.
I mean, there are some nice gaming brand chairs. Let's not say there isn't.
No. Here's the thing: is Secret Labs has definitely played into it where it's like Secret Labs is a good gaming brand, but there's more examples of third parties just slapping gaming on shit. It's like Skull Candy in Australia where.
Yeah.
It's cheap, it's regularly manufactured, and what's first started as like, iconography and such, because of just enshittification now becoming more and more prevalent in our products, it's like, you gotta keep away from buzz nonsense like that. So.
Yeah, and it's like, if you are looking into a gaming chair, read everything.
Look for King's
really
Throne
read
desk
it,
chair.
and one thing, honestly, one thing, do not, sorry, my brain stopped working. Oh, sorry. The one thing that I would definitely recommend to do is to actually go in and look at what you're trying to buy. Don't just buy one online.
What is the? I'm gonna send this into Kalua's Discord and just be like, Kalua, would you say for? Hang on, I'll lion fursuit. We ding dong. Ding, ding, bang, bong. There we go. All right, cool. That's just absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, as Zach said, I am gonna be like when me and Code get started, it's gonna be we're gonna be absolutely terrible at keeping eye with chat. I am so sorry.
Oh yeah. No.
You think chat's here for us to interact with chat? No. Me and Code don't get to hang out very often. You're just cucks right now. You're all sitting in the cuck chair while me and Code are having a wonderful time.
Wow, Grant straight up with the C word.
They keep using have you not seen the TikToks where someone's like, "Oh my god, have you seen the cuck office chair?" and like the cuck table and such, and I'm like, it's being utilized too much that it's now lost. Like it's because the original purpose of the cuck chair was quite literally just it wasn't about like having multiple chairs in the room that were facing the bed. That's just gonna happen naturally. It's when you're in a room that doesn't even try to do furnishing, and then it just all of a sudden, bam, one chair, just not sitting in a corner, but sitting directly at the foot of the bed, just facing straight forward. Like,
okay, thank you for the subscription tier 1 sub, Jason.
So yeah.
All right, let's fucking get into Split Fiction before Grant starts making our entire chat horny for the idea of Grant and I doing things in a appropriately.
Get cocked. There's a funny desk chair setup you'd want, and now you buy me it for saying that, boy. What? What did you buy, Davy boy? Alrighty, we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Alright, continue. Now, did we want to stick? Because here's the thing: is that my dragon is blue. Do you want to be a blue dragon?
I'm happy to stay with Zoe. I mean, that's sort of how we've been running it as we've been going. So I'm happy to stay.
Okay. I wasn't too sure if you wanted to change. So because you're a blue dino.
Zoe.
You're a blue dino,
I know.
And there's a blue dragon. Like, I thought there would be, like a little bit of a trend.
You know what's funny? My original username used to be Blue Dragon.
Because
I was really into dragons back in high school.
Mm-hmm. You seem like a person that would be into dragon. You had the Dragonology book, didn't you?
I had the Dragonology books.
I thought so.
And the Wizardology and the all the other stuff like that.
So why was there a chain? Or is it just... Yeah,
I think it's just for shits and giggles, just because there's lots of shit here to melt.
Yep, okay. So yeah, I had the Dragonology and the Wizardology books. I liked my fantasy.
Yeah. Oh, there's a side story over there by the looks of it.
Wait, where? Oh, the bubble. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. So, is this for you?
I think so. I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing I gotta go from here.
Cookie for Jason. Here's your cookie, Jason.
I'm gonna jump in 3, 2, 1. Oh, do it again. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Got it.
And then you gotta do something with the chain, I think.
Yeah, that chain over here. Boom. Oh, shit. Oh.
Yep.
I wasn't looking where I was going there for a second.
Yeah. All right. Wee. Rolling. Oh.
Just keep rolling.
Oh, we have to be like... All right, cool. There we go.
Yeah, gotta leave the kitties here.
We'll be right back. All set? All set.
Buy me it for saying that, boy.
Did you know Toothless was meant to be green like in the books? Oh, he was green in the books.
He wasn't a Night Fury in the books, as far as I know. He was like some other, because he was like a tiny dragon. And I haven't read the books, by the by. I just like,
Quite nice, Mio.
Spoilers for people who ever wonder how it is that I know so much. I don't read books or watch TV shows and movies. If there's a little bit of media and I don't want to wait for it to be released on like TV show or in a movie, I'll just go to the Wikipedia and absorb the information. Like, that's how I figure out about shit in Warhammer, Final Fantasy, and like, why Oblivion, like the Daedra give you artifacts.
I just realized I wasn't on the game screen.
We need to reach now. Please, lead the
Alright, hang on. Can I make the jump? Okay, yeah, I can make the jump.
Yeah, avoid that laser.
Whee!
You hear that, Grant? Avoid the laser.
Yes, I can hear you. It said avoid the laser. Oh, these things drop. Like, I think they go down.
Alright, hang on one second. This level's a little loud, so I need to turn it down a little bit.
How's it for everyone else? Is it loud for everyone else? So yeah, because I think I turned back on the, I'm pretty sure I turned back on the noise suppression nonsense. Oh boy. Alright.
Okay, I think that's gonna make it a little bit better. If it's too loud, chat, just let me know.
So yeah. But no, like, I just read Wikipedias and such, so that's why I learned that, like, Hickam didn't have, like, a Night Fury. They started with, like, an absolute tiny dragon, because in the novelization, they didn't have Vikings hunting... Like, they already had the whole, excuse me, throat. They already had the whole, like, Vikings with dragons and what have you. It wasn't like, a thing that Hickam did at the start.
Hiccup.
I thought it was Hickam. Or
No, hiccup.
Okay.
Get your
Alright, something like that, and you both say that thinking we don't think you're cute or hot. Oh. Oh, what are we doing here? Spacesuit?
I don't know. This feels very Dead Space, though.
It reminds me, when the first outfit we got okay, that part there reminded me of Dead Space because that's how you do costume changes. But earlier, I was thinking Helldivers because of the outfits. Like, they were just very sleek and what have you. Oh my god, we're so slow. You can't even
Well, yeah, we're
roll.
gonna be spacewalking.
No, we don't have the thingies. Ooh.
Yeah. Aw.
Yeah, I did the...
Heavens, that's quite a view. Even better than I imagined.
So...
I swear, if we don't see Wheatley or the space thing, I'm gonna be very upset with this level.
What? No,
The last shuttle.
that's Valve. We're not going to be allowed that.
Oh, come on. They'll allow. They do it. We all know.
They wouldn't.
Walk it.
Valve isn't seeking accolades. Oh, so you need to do the other triangle. So, do you have another? There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the trick. So I've got this,
Oh no!
and then you've got.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me! What do we do now? Run!
Uh-oh. Were we supposed to do that quickly?
I don't think we were.
Okay.
Take slow breaths.
Hi, Deacus. Ooh, we can hook onto things.
Hey, Deacus, how you doing?
Weird noises.
Ah, this is how we steer. All right, cool.
We need to get to the shuttle. Oh dear.
Ooh, okay. Here we go. Oh! Here we go. Just regularly grab it. Yep. and then
Okay, I see the O2 gauge there now.
It's up in the top. Ooh. God, I was doing so fast. And then... Yep.
I think I found an oxygen tank.
And then you can refill by holding down this. You coming?
Yeah, I'm just a little stuck.
Okay, let's figure this one out.
Alright, so... Yeah!
That's a breath of fresh air.
That was pretty cool. I like that. Oh!
Oh, shit.
Yeah, there's lasers. Yep. Oh, and they make them fucking narrower. Ah! Oh! Oh, no.
Oh,
Come on.
Pain in the ass.
There we go.
Oh.
So you can let go of the hook ahead of time, so then that way you're not, like, caught with the motion.
Your oxygen will drop fast. Right.
Oh. Ow.
Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts.
And there we
Ooh,
go.
I was almost...
I see another oxygen tank.
Alright, there we go. This is an interesting level.
Okay.
It is.
Alright, here we go. Ready?
Yep. Oh, shoot, sorry. I mistimed it.
I'm losing oxygen.
There we go.
Got it. There's the shuttle. Almost there.
Oh, we're gonna have to do that puzzle again, aren't we?
Yeah, more
Here
than
we go,
likely.
Here we go. And then... Ooh. Oh! There we go. Lucky us. Alrighty.
Okay.
Preferred the more relaxing
So...
side story.
If I can do...
Yeah, sorry about that.
So... I can do
Oh, shit.
that. Oh! So maybe this one, and then...
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, you got it.
Yep. There we go. That's two. Okay, so you can do a... So I need a dot... Oh! That one.
Got it.
And then... So I can do a circle, but most likely
hang
isn't
on, sorry.
it.
I got the A. Yep.
There we go.
Hurry,
That was quick!
help me out. On it.
It's a good thing we share our brain cell often.
Rapid. Okay.
I know, right?
Mm.
Doing
Okay.
great. I beat Lunar Remastered. Only difficult boss was the... Oh, yeah. I haven't played Lunar Remastered in... Lunar in years.
I have no
I
idea what
mean-
Lunar is.
It's an JRPG on the original PlayStation.
Oh.
The bigger the trouble, the bigger the zoom. It helps me see how insignificant some of my worries are.
Huh. Does it work?
Yeah.
It gives me some perspective.
So yeah, I have way too many things in my
Yeah,
backlog, and Lord knows I...
Yeah, I mean, with the
Very,
new
very
release
clear
of
Right?
Breath of Fire 4, like I am probably gonna do that after I'm done with like Oblivion
Now, hold
or Xenoblade.
Yeah. I wish I had, like, more days that I didn't have to work. Oh my god, Mizuki! Hi!
Isn't that every kid's...
How you doing, Mizuki?
Then why didn't
I'm gonna...
Math sucks.
Psst, math sucks. Yes, math does suck, Zoe.
Yeah,
Continue.
that's why I don't do math.
If you're doing alright, and me, I'm doing fairly good. Still losing weight and what have you, and I'm playing Split Fiction. It's a co-op game, which requires you to have a friend. Thankfully, I do have a friend. I know, shocker. His name is Kode.
He doesn't have a gun to my head.
Yep, you don't need to listen to anything ridiculous that he says. Nothing at all. He has no gun
Yeah.
at his head.
Yeah, no gun.
Yeah,
No gun.
no, nothing at all.
Help me!
How is it going, Mizuki? How was the Asterigo Curse of the Stars?
That
Whee!
actually sounds like a really cool title.
Yeah, it does sound like a good... So yeah, because Mizuki does streaming as well. Oh, you're way ahead of me. Okay, I see how it is.
Oh, I see how it is. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. There we go. Whee! Ooh, what's this? Oh, okay, so we have to work together. So yeah.
Pull harder and... Oh boy.
Doing what I can to lose weight. All of this is so then that way, when there will come a day where I can have McDonald's and not feel bad about it the next few days. Because I really want to try that Tennessee barbecue. Are you getting promotionals about the Tennessee barbecue in your state, Code?
No, I haven't seen anything on that.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Should or will?
was I supposed to survive that? Oh, there we go. Oh,
Yeah, looks like you survived it.
Okay.
yep.
Still in one piece.
Rolling.
Good.
Keep rolling.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
Not really.
Rolling. Toxic barrels rolling. They're so hot and glowing, we'll die.
It's a Souls-like game, but not as difficult. You haven't streamed in a while since you was in hospital earlier this week. Oh no! Are you okay? Are you better?
React to acid.
Okay, so it does an explosion, so we probably need to send it over there. So let's, before
yeah.
you do the thingamadiggy, let's...
Yeah, roll it over to that door.
So, oop. There we go. And then, oop. No. Oop. And then, bam. And then, all right, now do the acid. See how it goes. Hey!
There we go.
Ooh, what's this way? Yeah. Fish! Oh my god, we can eat the fish! Or we can do something with the fish. Ooh. Look, you can jump on them.
Hang on. I wonder. Oh no, I thought maybe we could use them to go up the
Waterfall?
the waterfall. Yeah.
Ah, okay. How would that work?
Well, you know, like repeatedly jump on them to.
Fair.
I don't know. I just had a thought. Okay.
Fair enough. It was an incorrect thought, but it was a thought. Where do we
Yeah.
go from... I guess acid that. Ah, okay.
Regret and sorrow.
All right,
Alright,
so
So,
let's
plan.
start.
We're here to reawaken them all from their ancient slumber.
Whee! So we just need to get to each
Oh,
of
I'm
the...
sorry to hear that you need surgery.
Ooh. Oh, okay. The... Alrighty, so now
I think
we
you're gonna
do-
whack that.
Yep.
Hang
Oh,
on,
okay.
hang on. Yeah. Whack it again, and I've got to jump onto it, I think, at the right time.
Yep.
Shit! Too soon.
Alrighty then.
Alright, hang on. Let me start my jump and then whack it, okay? Hang on, let me just...
Alright, alright.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
Oh, that was close.
It just sort of like was sliding. Feeling a bit better, but we'll need to get surgery sometime in the near future. You're currently on a waiting list. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
I gotta go in. I gotta go in tomorrow and get a mole cut out of the side of my cheek.
Oh. Is that going to be like a local anesthetic because of it just being on the cheek, or are they going to...
Yeah, it's gonna be a needle one.
Ugh.
Suppose it's an ode to those we lost.
The only... I've never really had proper general anesthetic, other than the green whistle. I've had local anesthetics, and the worst one was an ingrown toenail, because like they have to push it into the big toe. Ooh, hello. All right, here we go. Bam, and then it rolls.
So hang on, I think I gotta set it off as it goes down. Oh no.
No.
Oh
Get off.
I see.
So I think what needs to happen is you need to do your acid there,
Yeah,
and
I
then
see.
you can have it
So-
go off.
Crap. I was a little too close.
Yep. So that's the first one, and then keep it going, and then I'll see if I can. Do you get rumblings about this? Yep. So got rumblings about the first one.
Hang on, wait.
All right, and then.
All right, now go.
There we go. So now the second one goes off, and then. There we go. No! Oh, come on!
You son of a biscuits.
All right, hang on. So I can climb up here to get back around.
Ah, I can do it from here, so I don't have to jump and then jump.
Oh, okay, that's convenient. All right. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. Okay, I'll wait for
Hang on,
them
wait a second. All right, hang on.
Go.
I gotta angle it just right. Come on, you bot! I did it the first time.
Darn. This one, I don't think there's a different way for me to be able to move it other than just headbutting it, which is the annoying thing. So, there we go. Alright, now I need to... There we go. No, aw, damn it.
Yeah, I did it the wrong time. I was trying to get one to work, and then
No, fair enough.
Alright.
Alright, hang on.
get it close to the edge, and I'll activate it.
There we go.
Go.
There we go. And then... Up. Come on. Just let me line it up. There we go. I wanted to line it up before I did the thingy-majiggy.
Yeah.
So yeah, because I didn't want to like do it the thing again where it went off to the side and such. Yes.
Yeah, that one's a little tricky.
Yeah, because I don't have a lot of like room to like maneuver it. Like I can't like latch onto it.
Okay, so looks like I got 3 here to deal with.
Alrighty then.
So it's gonna be this one first.
Yep. And then you go ahead. There we go. And then there's the second one. So yeah, at least once it gets like a little bit of momentum, it rolls. And yep, there we go. All right, that one was a lot better now that we figured it out. So,
Yeah.
so long as I line it up, we should be good. So, Another dragon
Man.
spirit released.
So do we have to do one more, or is that all of them?
I think there's 4 of them in total.
Still lingers.
Cool.
All right, one more.
Let's free
Okay.
that bad boy.
So,
Okay. Yep. There's that arch. The archway over here.
yeah, because the archways, when they don't have like a little thingy-majiggy, are an indicator. Jump! Ooh, okay. Oh, it does platforms! Okay, okay, okay. So if
So
I...
knock it over this way.
Alright, so if I go BAM... Oh, no.
Oh shit.
Okay, so you need to do... So you
Yeah,
need
it's
to go
gonna be,
first.
It's gonna be timing. Okay. Jump.
And then...
Okay. Jump. Jumping again.
Oh,
No, I made it.
oh,
I made
okay.
it. I'm good.
Oh, okay, cool. I was worried. And then you do the acid. Well, that was good. I'm glad that we're not like, you know, you've seen a lot of those TikToks where it's like behind every like, you know, boyfriend or husband doing the work, there's a girl that's like already finished or something like that. I'm glad that we're not having that kind of, you know, dystopia.
You mean like KSI, who has to get his girlfriend to do all of his games for him?
You can't just say that. I was
thought that
going
was the
nondescript,
meme.
and you're like,
I
oh
thought
yeah,
that was the meme.
this streamer right here, that's them, officer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was the Mimi.
Oh, epic!
I cringe at Epic.
I mean, it's not like they're ever gonna find out I said it.
Nah, probably not. You and I, we're, you know,
We're too low on the food chain for that.
exactly. Despite our size and our like, you know, just general demeanor, we are very low on the streamer tier lists.
Who knows? But he doesn't strike me as
Oh
the
yeah,
type
one thing I actually have to talk to you about. Barista brought it up the other day. There's apparently a thing for Aurora for VTubers.
Ooh.
They got
Okay.
to sign up for it now.
So they can do like a VTuber meetup. You gonna do it?
Yeah, I'd love to do it. When is Aurora?
Another side.
I think it's in a couple of months. That's why like they're asking now. Ooh, gummy bear.
They sent me over a thing up. Okay, this does not look like one of hers.
It is honestly funny that it. Maybe.
It's a colorful one, and I thought
Any idea
in the-
what's in this one? No clue.
Mios were all sci-fi when they came to the side story.
Possibly.
Are we fucking teeth?
Whoa.
We're toothpaste.
I'm officially done being surprised.
I have no memory of creating this.
Oh my goodness. I'll be real. I prefer your toothpaste over mine. Like.
Yeah, I got the pompadour look going on.
Yeah, but no, here's the thing: is you got the red, white, and blue. You've got like the what's-a-mahoozy
Oh,
brand.
I've got the America brand. You got the Aussie brand.
You know,
Wait, do I have a button? No, I don't have a button for America. Darn it. Because unfortunately, the Pledge of Allegiance, like the Star Spangled Banner, that one goes longer than Discord will let me have it play out.
Plus, who really wants to pledge their allegiance?
The Star Spangled Banner, sorry, because Pledge of Allegiance is something else. All right, dink, dunk, dunk. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm not used to being toothpaste.
Or teeth. Although I won't lie, this level makes me hungry.
now I remember.
Is it about your 5th birthday party? Huh? And it's the first story I ever wrote.
It's kind of funny. Oh, is this gonna? It's gonna be like a lesson about sweet tooth or something like that. It's gonna be like the hot dog thingy madiggy where it's like trying to be a lesson into these things, and it's.
Oh, okay.
I reckon that's what's gonna happen. Also, why did you take the stuff?
Oh, look at the faces!
Now that you
Look at the
mention it.
faces!
They're googly eyes.
Sugar-rushed fever.
No, the faces on the pancakes!
What can you expect?
Wait, what?
You nailed
Look
the
at the faces on the
hairstyle, though.
waffles. That's the love book from It Takes Two.
Huh? Like. there's like, oh, there's a oh yeah, there's a mustache on that one. Okay, now I see what you're talking about.
It's the Book of Love.
Yep. And then these are, what are these called? I absolutely love these when I was like...
Oh, coffee cakes.
No, not coffee, like the
Or,
swirl thingamadiggies.
I always called them coffee cakes. I know they have a specific name.
It's like a choco
but yeah,
swirl or something.
Yeah, like I was the same. Like we used to have those a lot. As okay, hang on. 3, 2, 1.
There we go. So, yeah. My good, there's like...
Zoe, light the birthday cake candle.
Oh, there we go.
To make a dream come true.
Oh.
Recall the ending. But probably something silly like that.
Nah, I can totally imagine.
This is just like a Fall Guys obstacle course.
Just a little bit. It definitely hits the Fall Guys aesthetic. And then
cinnamon rolls? No. There's a specific name for that type of cake.
Think of a log. Like it's like a cake, and like think of like, you know, holding a log, but the chocolate, and then there's like a is it cream or vanilla? It's like vanilla or something.
Okay, you gotta headbutt it in order to get up. Yeah, there's multiple versions. You got some that have strawberry in them. You've got some that have the vanilla.
Yeah.
The strawberry ones were always my favorite. Yule. Oh yeah, it's like a Yule log cake. Yeah.
Maybe that's what it's called. Yule log. Oh. Okay.
You're not supposed to hit a lollipop.
Sorry, Mr. Lollipop Guild.
Honestly, the fact that this is one of Mio's.
It is. That is a little bit funny. Oh my god, look at the face on the sun.
Oh god.
Such a toothy fucking grin.
Little hand. What hand?
Also, there's... Who the fuck is that on the left there? The mustachio cupcake.
Hang on, I can't really see it.
Oh, it's gone now. Well, you'll see it again, most likely. Oh.
Climb a cake. Yeah, get those candles lit. See you at the top.
Oh yeah, there he is. I see him.
Yeah. He's like
I got
Dr.
no
Eggman,
idea.
but like as a...
Also, those little things seem very rectal use only.
Oh my gosh, they're like little candy corns.
Surely all these sweets must have caught.
Yeah, look, I'm getting scanned by Sir Dragon and such.
You know what?
Never mind.
Never mind.
I thought he had something important. Yoink, and then... Oop.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's a bunny over in the horizon as well.
Oh yeah, there's a
This
bunny
is-
right there. With a...
This is very much just a Fall Guys.
Ooh, why is there a... There we go. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, hang on.
Ah. Alright, here we go.
Oh shit, I hit the wrong button.
This cake is not as sweet as it looks.
So we got... Yeah, this is just Fall Guys. So you got a random sun there. You've got, well, got giant macaroons, and then we need to light the candles.
Candles and celebrate my birthday.
Something terrible is gonna happen. There's no like.
I mean,
Oh
yeah.
wait.
Hang on. We gotta be really quick about it. Okay. We'll start.
There we go.
Yeah, I get the odd feeling. Yeah, something bad.
Okay.
This just turned satanic.
Yeah. Oh.
See you now.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Zoe. Ah, is that you? No. Meow.
Yep. Fucking knew this was gonna get dark.
Which one of you needs to be yanked?
Oh no! Dash! Oh.
Ow, thank you. I kind of knew there was going to be a dentist thing in here. Given that we're teeth.
Yeah.
Forget about this dentist. You can't blame me for suppressing this horror.
Her
Okay, so
explaining
what
to
am I
herself,
do
the dentist.
Lights.
Attack! Rodeo teeth!
Yes, suck it, bitch.
I think you need to stomp on his hand.
What are you doing?
There we go.
No more hand job for you.
Oh, which one are you in?
I'm in the right, left, right, middle, right,
We'll get on
right.
your nerves.
Oh, fuck!
Hey, let me out!
Middle.
Thank you. Oh, we're gonna have to do this like 4 times. Nah!
Tap, tap. Brace yourselves.
Why am I half a tooth? There we go.
Yeah, I don't know how to say. I didn't know how to save you from that one.
Let's take you for a little spin. Whee! Oh, are you feeling dizzy?
Honestly, now that I think about it, I really need to go to the dentist sometime soon.
Yeah, dentist called me up today to set an appointment, so I can't believe I have to go to it like every 6 months.
Why?
No.
You might feel a slight back.
Good aim. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm alive.
I got it! Hit the drill!
Here we go, over here, over here. Break his mouth! Oh, we have to button mash, okay.
Gonna get you a good deep throating.
Jeez, Mio. What was that about? What? Huh? That dentist had it coming. That's just...
Ah! Ah, terrible.
So, afraid of the dentist, are we? 5-year-old me who made it a horror story sure was. What about adult Mio? I hate them. But who doesn't? No one, not a single person in the entire history of the world has ever been excited to visit the dentist.
How do we still have dentists?
Don't you dare. But healthy teeth are important. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I am honestly curious about, like, there's definitely people out there that are, like, because I'm indifferent to dentists. But, like,
Gummy bear turned into a...
how, like, are there people that are, like, proper interested in dentistry?
I got to keep the nightmare.
Is that just a thing?
Yay.
Nah.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm indifferent. I know that I know that, you know, healthy teeth and everything are important.
Maybe I should become an architect. Ooh, if so, can I be in charge of the demolition? Have my blessing.
Turtle!
Well, technically tortoise.
Same.
Turtle. It's the treasure traitor. And it's not a turtle, it's a tortoise.
Oh! Oh, you need to acid this? Okay. Ow. Oh, that's me.
Spray it, Mio. Your turn. Dash it down. You can run, but you can't hide. Don't let it escape! Hurry!
Whee! I love how, like, both of us were like, oh, it's this, and then you're like, it's technically that. Treasure!
Ooh, Twasia.
We look like silly lizards in this angle.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Oh, 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 shit. There we
Thank
go.
you.
Not to worry. Wee. Okay, so we're not supposed to go into the wheel? Or, no, we are meant to go into the wheel. Okay, never mind.
I think you are anyway.
Captain Wheel of Havoc! Remind me, who's the evil tortoise? Along with the now deceased Dragon Slayer, the treasure traitor is an ally to the megalith. So, the sword guy was more of a general. This guy meddled with the finances? Exactly. The collapse of the dragon government, the tortoise is doing.
Oh, I could have
Something's approaching.
rolled.
Hand-to-hand combat, Neo. Ha! Our specialty. Zoe, you're up!
There we go. So it is just a case of multiple phases.
Smash those fingers!
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Dragons 1, hands 0.
This is a very odd camera angle,
Yeah.
but it's not like
Yeah.
it's not like odd enough for me to be like, nah, I'm out of it. I can't do the thingy-madiggy.
Yeah, it's definitely got that weird perspective.
It makes us look smaller for sure.
Hang on, whoa, 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 hold up, hold up, hold up.
There we go.
There we go.
Let's press on.
Wait, wait, wait. Okay.
Wee.
Making sure I didn't get smooshed.
Nah, we'll be fine. Oh, did it just in time. Nice.
We're getting closer to the Golden Palace. Hence all the security measures. It makes sense, right?
I'm glad we don't have to try and keep them all up. It's like once we get the...
Yeah.
Quite off, but pretty. That's Ella's favorite color.
Purple's a lovely... I think purple is a good fantasy color for a thingy-madig, for a
Yeah.
environment. It's odd enough. I think it's properly odd because it's like we don't see purple in the natural thingy-madiggy. So, often at least.
So that's where the Dragon Slayer's feet went. Don't let up!
Oh, sorry, I forgot I had to use the right stick to aim it.
Yep. Big dragon. It's like some of those top-down games like Magicka or Thorin's.
Dragon Mother. Check out
Hello,
Yeah.
YY.
Thanks, Neo.
Ding ding. Ding. Alright, bam. Nope, that doesn't do anything. Oh.
Lasers!
Lasers!
I'm a firing my laser.
Ah!
Hey, Grant, you're not supposed to die.
I figured.
Just like Grant finding the bear traps.
Look, I thought it was bullshit. I thought we were looking for the specific bear traps, not just anywhere in the red, okay?
Ooh, this is gonna be a fun one.
There we go.
Got it, got it!
Oh, surprisingly, that one was easy.
They've not been like the most difficult. All right, so we got things there and this one down here. Bonk. Lasers.
Alright, this is like a boss fight arena.
Lots of stupid coming! Announcing action! Stay focused!
Ah, crap.
There we go.
I thought I was dead there.
Nah, I saved you.
Dragonella and I hunger for battle. So, we're here to forge.
Don't worry,
our
Grant
own-
is speaking English.
You hand me a
Thingamaddiggies.
sword, I will find
Oh yeah, thingamadigs. Thingamadigs is an English word. I saw it on the side of a Coke Zero can a few days ago.
There's our little friend again.
We're getting swords.
Swords. All the way to left here. Acid.
Well, I did hit it.
Yep.
The hour of reckoning is upon you, traitor!
There he is. Alright, now we get a boss fight.
Nowhere to run now! Ready to rock, Neo? Hell yeah!
It's also a snapping tortoise.
Consequences of your foul deeds!
Ah, okay. Alright, so just avoid the swords.
Oh, I lost track of where I was there for a second.
We'll take your best shot!
I'm glad I don't have to aim, I just need a hit.
Always a plus.
Hey, let me out!
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
You finally met your match!
Thank you.
I'm glad we can jump over this stuff. There we go. Oh. Ow.
Nope, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, me neither. Uh-oh.
Dang it. Sorry, I got nailed.
This is for every dragon you betrayed!
There we go. Big hit. And now it has no head.
Well, he won't be getting ahead in life, that's for sure.
Ah, damn it. Grant
Not
is
us both.
smashing. Yeah. Smashing the competition. Until we weren't.
Smashing, Marianne!
Ow.
Okay, it didn't seem to take kindly to that. Can we flip him? Why did I make him a turbo tortoise?
Ah, we got hit at the same time.
Ooh, that's spinning.
The spinning gets me. Alright, we need to remember to jump this. There we go.
Okay, it didn't seem to take kindly to that. Can we flip him? Why did I make him a turbo tortoise?
Damn it!
Oh, it's like a one-hit kill with him. Okay.
Mmm.
I'll try and stay on the right side until I need to hit one of the balls you make, okay?
Flip him? Why did I
Yep.
make him a turbo tortoise?
Damn.
What happened to you staying on the left side?
I was trying to stay on the left side.
Okay, it didn't seem to take kindly to that. Can we flip him? Why did I make him a turbo tortoise?
But my acid breath only has so much reach as well.
Oh, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Ah. Ugh. Yeah, he's a bit tricky like that.
Okay, it didn't seem to take kindly to that.
Oh.
Can we flip him? Why did I make him a turbo tortoise? No escape now, coward!
Ah, damn it.
Damn it.
There we go.
Go.
There we go.
Big hit. Hey, Shark, how you doing?
Oh.
Your puny efforts won't defeat the last two dragons!
Gotcha.
Oh, you're just here for my shirt, not for the entertainment.
Ah. Oh, jump. Oh, there he is again.
Take that.
Yeah! Alright.
Drown the traitor in boiling gold! Wait, are we gonna torture this tortoise?
Nah, it's a traitor. Don't matter.
Don't worry.
Kill the tortoise!
The lobster into boiling water. But they say that's inhumane.
Is it?
They feel a lot of pain from it. Wait, they do?
Fuck him. This girl out here making.
Okay, let's do this.
Oh, nonsense. I'm here for your tummy and the entertainment and the titties. Okay.
Titty.
I mean, I do got damn good titties.
What about, but not me though. Apparently Sharktastic ain't here for me.
No.
Nah.
No. No. I mean, you see 100 zebra titties, you've seen them all. But I mean, dino titties, then they're unique. Ooh, are we getting golden swords?
Massive, Zoe.
We're gonna get armor, I reckon.
Pretty dope. Okay.
I mean, Zeebs, it's still May Eternity, and I can pencil you in. Unfortunately, Grant is
Nah,
straight.
yeah. Sorry, Sharktastic. Despite going with the Bara body type... Hang on, let me just hit pause. Despite going for the Bara body type, I thought chicks dig Baras. Unfortunately, I did not realize this for a while I had this character. Yeah, there's way more men who are like otters and bears and all that kind of spectrum that are like, they all like that stuff. And it's just sort of like, oh.
I didn't show you the recent updates that Milky did. Let me just let me send those over to you, because Milky did some recent updates for my model.
Oh, that was nice.
Bloop bloop bloop. There we go. Heck, you know what? Respect.
That's a lot.
Love me a handsome straight ally. Well, there you go.
Ally.
So yeah, it's looking really good. We've adjusted the belly a little bit so it's a bit more rounded. But it's looking really good. The pecs, I love the way that Milky's been able to get those sorted.
Those are tits at that point. Those ain't pecs.
I don't know. They're very pectoral looking.
They're very titty looking.
Nah, they got enough pectoral. They're not that titty.
Mm.
I mean, it's fun. I mean,
Here for it all.
pecs
No,
and
same
titties are
old.
both the same.
There's always time for maternity fun. Noted. I don't follow the like I celebrate it, but more for the fact of like, you know, for the other
Shits and
people
giggles.
enjoying like, you know, the shits and gigs of maternity, I don't embark upon it myself because, you know,
I mean,
weird.
May's got like a whole bunch of them. You've got micro May, you've got maternity.
That's 2.
Mm,
A bunch
apparently you've got
is
Golden
2.
Bikini Week.
Bahime? Oh, for like Behemoth. As
Yeah,
far as I
Behemoth,
know,
there you
are
go,
more
that-
in the
that's a good
middle
one.
with some leaning one way or a little more. Yeah, fair, but yeah, for me, my personal thing is, you know, straight. So,
Yeah. Anyway,
I'm not
shall
gonna
we-
be.
shall we continue?
Yeah, let's continue.
Slay the beast in the sky.
Oh, we do get swords. Okay, you were right.
Do our dragons have become swords?
Mio, your hand.
Did they go? I didn't think they went in, did they?
They're surprisingly light. Hold on to it. We're gonna need them later. All right.
Hey.
Never mind, our good boys got bigger.
Holy shit! Cool, right? Wow! This is insane! Okay, follow my lead.
Did you just do a soundboard?
Yes, I did just do a soundboard.
Oh, my thing broke for a second there. That was weird.
What thingy?
Remember, approach her with care and make sure you...
My,
Your whata?
my VTuber is breaking.
Ooh, okay, that's not good.
You were saying? No, nothing. Then let's unleash
Is it like the capturing or some other thing?
Yeah, like the capturing. Hang on.
Hang
Let
on.
me, because when I go back out, it's fine, but when I'm in game, it's not. Let me just close it,
Okay.
reopen it. Might have been because I alt-tabbed, maybe?
Nah, that would maybe, but like that shouldn't be the big like if it's fine outside of the game, but then it's a problem inside the game. Could it be because of the cinematic for whatever reason?
Yeah, I think it's the cinematic, actually.
Potentially.
Yep, cinematic stopped and everything's working fine. Oh, no, never mind. Still broken.
Oh, shit! I need to drive.
Oh, well, I'm broken. Wasn't doing that before.
Whee!
Well, everyone's just gonna have to put up with me being stiff for a little bit.
Woohoo!
So we're gonna be
and-
flying dragons from here on.
Yay! No, that's a me thing.
I know, I just wanted to shoot things.
In the water.
In the Navy.
Target!
Ba, ba, ba,
Beyond
ba.
the next passage! Steel yourself! Armed to the teeth! Literally!
Right eye.
Yep.
Through the do.
Oh, shit.
Good call.
Show yourself, coward!
Alright, so this is the dimension that we need to go to. Just your random streak of acid just Pew!
Yeah, I think it's the cinematics. I wasn't doing this before, so it's strange it's happening now.
We're by your side! Attack!
Are you doing like so it just like leads ah okay, no, it is just processing slowly then.
Yeah.
Might just need to restart the application, perhaps?
I just did.
Oh, okay, so you already turned off Vignon and turned it back on. Oh.
Yeah.
Odd. Very.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just had to put up with it for now.
I suppose. That's a shame. I'm very engrossed in the game, so I'm not going to be like, you know, hugely animated and what have
I'm
you.
not going to worry about tech support. Oh, now it's fine.
Yeah. Maybe it's just because of something unique about the dragons that we're not seeing?
Maybe.
Oop, oop, oop.
Oh,
Oop.
shit.
Okay, he's gonna do something? Yep, there we go. So this is my turn. And then here comes yours. Stay alive.
So I wonder if this is our last level.
Possibly? Because we started with sci-fi first. Which one are you going for? Okay, cool. We started with sci-fi, went over to fantasy, then sci-fi again. Now we're back over to fantasy, so maybe it's our last one. So then that way, like, that way we're getting like the same number, like, you know, 2 fantasies, 2 sci-fis.
Yeah. Because when the first, like, tutorial part started, it was a mix of the two.
Yeah. Alright. Oh. Thingamajiggy's getting lower. I don't think there's a way to fly faster, is there?
You can dash with the X button. But it's not going to let us do it with some of these scenes.
Oh, I see. Yep, I see, I see. Good work. Uh-oh. Avoid the boulders.
The boulder!
The boulder!
You know WWE superstar Mick Foley was the voice of the boulder?
Should have known. Because, like, it was definitely taking, like, WWE inspirations. Because that was, like, the whole point, wasn't it? Is that it was supposed to be, like,
Yeah.
Earthbender wrestling?
I think so. Or I think they just picked Mick Foley because he just was the best voice for it.
Possibly.
There's a U1.
Let me... Yep. Oh. Uh-oh.
Nope,
Okay.
you again.
There we go.
Stay on target, Neo.
Damn it.
Here comes yours. Twice. What in the... Oh, we gotta go down. And then up, and then
Yours.
roll. Roll.
Push it to the top. Full speed.
Still alive?
Yep, still alive.
Staying alive. Staying alive.
What's that glowing thing, Zoe? We've reached its lair. Right. But where did it go? Just stay alert.
Wiggling. Well, we're gonna be traversing all... Okay, we're not traversing all that.
Well, maybe we are.
You okay?
Maybe.
Awesome. Watch
Oh, okay, so
Yep.
now...
Whoa.
No matter how many different fantasy and sci-fis we go to, we're always gonna have the grapple hook and the wall running.
I mean, they had to have something consistent between the two.
Yep.
There had to be some consistent gameplay element between the two.
Besides running.
Yeah. What's interesting about this is you could do multiple different cosplays based on the two.
You could. And they're like, the color scheme stays relatively the same as well. I wonder, I'd have to like look at it properly again, probably off stream, but I'm wondering like if there's any like consistent elements between the characters in like, say for example, across their fantasy options and across their sci-fi options. Okay, so that's a me thing.
No, I think it's an us thing. It doesn't matter which one of us.
No, so because this will be. Oh, never mind.
Good
it was
boy.
them.
Grant, where were you going?
Oh, that's not me. Okay. I was looking at the wrong character. I was looking at an entirely different character. Hi there, Chaz. Welcome to the
Hey, Chaz,
stream.
how you doing?
I was looking at an entirely different character. That's one of the problems when it's like I don't have my own camera. It's like, oh, I'm looking at your character instead of mine on more than one occasion. Okay, so and then
Good boy.
That's my girl! Damn critters! Come on, we got this!
yes.
Aw, congratulations!
Oh yay! Congratulations! Wait, did you say yes?
Yeah, did you say yes?
I feel like that should be that's an important thing in Diggy, because I don't want this being a bad news of I was not prepared for this and I accidentally said no or something like that.
Keep pushing!
I said ask me next Friday. Oh yeah, you said yes!
Yay! Congratulations, Chase!
Hold on!
Can't do proper applauses, so you get like a crowd applause. I'm honestly glad I grabbed that sound effect. It's gonna be very useful.
More spikes! Move it!
I originally got it as like a thing for when someone, like when I'm playing the Mafia games, because there's like someone that was like, you know, just in all caps, oh my god, this person, and I'm like, very much has that vibe of like, oh yeah, let's just, you know, have that as a sort of joke. But no, now I really appreciate having it for these kinds of things.
Yeah.
Oh, we've been on the dragon this entire time.
Where did you think we? Oh!
I don't know. I've been very distracted. Ooh, that's gonna be infected.
That's gonna hurt like a motherfucker. I mean, that's one way to get pink eye.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it green eye?
I mean, he's already pink, so it must be green.
Final push, Mio!
Interesting that both of their stories required more than one person.
I think it's just a thingy-majiggy. Oh, okay. So, okay. So we have to say it. Hold on. There we go. So yeah, when they're straight, we can do the thing. Oh, and then 2, 1, and there we go.
Almost there!
3, 4.
End this!
Now.
There we go.
Ah, my brainstem.
Oh, okay. So hold. 3, 2, 1. Now.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. 3, 2, 1, now.
Oh,
3, 2, 1, go.
there we go.
Alright, you got like a 0.2 of like a delay between the two before we go to actually hit it.
Alright, so this kills, like, the big boy.
Whoa! Is it over? Yeah! We better move!
I shouldn't have held in that fart.
Hi there, Velk.
Split friction.
Clever. But this is a fantasy! We can live in the fantasy that you don't need saddles to ride dragons. What do you think this is? How to Train Your Dragon, the live-action film?
Which I'm not gonna go see.
You say that, but I imagine you will still see it. At least once, out of curiosity. Lord knows I
mean, if my niece wants to go see it, then I'll go see it.
will. For the
'Cause
children.
I'm most likely going to be the one to have to drag him to the cinemas.
This is it. This is where we say goodbye, my scaled friend. Now fly! You know what, Zoe? I really needed this.
Yeah, I think it's the cutscenes that are doing this to me.
Realize it,
Oh, that's a
but,
problem.
I kind of needed a break from.
Apparently the reason why the live-action Train Dragon movie is happening is because it's on the director's bucket list. Huh. Interesting.
Actually, hang on. It might be... Hang on, let me just pause for a second. Just quickly.
Yep.
It might be a graphic setting thing.
Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, because I really need to pee.
Frame rate. Let's put it to 60 frames.
You've been
Oh,
doing
yeah, no
it
wonder. Everything's put up to
unlimited?
ultra. Jeez, don't need it that high.
You had it at unlimited frame rate?
Apparently. With everything apparently set to fucking ultra.
Can't hear anything.
Turn the music volume down just a smidgens too.
I think I then adjusted volumes like left and right or something like that. The music or like the sound of my quality was like too low because of like a mixture of things. So, but I think it might not be as bad this time.
Yeah. You're very hard to hear, Grant.
I'm in the bathroom. I told you I had to pee.
Chad, he's pissing. He's pissing on stream.
I told you I had to go piss. All right, I'm here. I'm good.
All right. Shadow quality. Probably keep that about low. Doesn't need to be up high.
Yeah. Actually, let me double check my settings. Am I being hypocritical or? Because I know I've put myself up at fairly high settings.
Yeah, like you really only needed like 60 frames.
Oh yeah, I went like I went 165 because I'm like I have 165 refresh rate. I'm gonna get 165, but I can probably go down to like.
I think mine's like 165 for mine.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll go down to 60. All of my stuff is set to high. It's not like ultra, and then I have only FXAA.
I don't like having shadows on high because like you don't really need like high quality shadows. Like even low looks decent.
Yeah, and what's more is like I have a personal pet peeve with games that are like, oh, we're using ray tracing to do like realistic shadows and such, and I'm like, there is like I understand like in the realm of like wanting to try and get things done and made really quickly, you'd rather just have a machine do the calculations and the physics for the shadows, but sometimes you need to like just take the stylized options and use less work and do more like creative setup and stuff. I'll need to find examples because I remember someone was like, oh, here's like Half-Life 2 with like ray tracing shadows and what have you, and it was like I remember there was a scene where because they did like special shadow maps or something like that, they were able to set up like an alleyway so it was a little bit illuminated and you had like a little indicator of something there, but without it like being obscured by darkness and such. Whereas in RTX, it was obscured by darkness and such because that's how it was gonna be in the shadows and such. And it's like, well, so that was my thing, was that like sometimes you need to break the rules of physics for the sake of fidelity in
Yeah.
like, you know, viewing things, and people do this all the time.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm ready.
All right.
Would have.
Oh yeah, that's better.
Yeah. I lost her when we were 12.
Oh no.
Oh.
There was an accident. We were playing and... one minute she was there and the next she wasn't. After that, everything changed. We became hollow. My family, my childhood, me. Just... hollow.
But in this story, you made sure you both survived.
So what happened then? What
Hmm.
if they were playing and something happened? Did she fall from a tree? Did she just
I
collapse?
just hoped.
I don't know. I think it's not important to the story, like, to know what the accident is. Just the fact that she's gone.
Yeah.
No.
Hey. This whole story, this whole adventure, it's such a beautiful way to honor your sister.
What do you mean?
I mean, you wrote Ella like a complete badass dragon. Hell, that is exactly how I wish I would be remembered one day.
I just wanted to write her a different ending.
Oh, you did something way more epic than that. Look at all of this. It's amazing.
Oh, there's
There's the
glitch.
glitch.
We can stay a bit more if you want.
No. I'm okay, let's continue.
Then let's get to it.
Mio? Thanks.
Oh, nice. I'm glad you got accepted to college.
Good work, Chaz. Sounds like you're getting a lot of positive things this year.
You'd better sit down, Raider.
Raider, sit.
Good dog.
The board of directors say sit.
You've lost control.
And we need you to step aside.
You have no idea what you're doing.
The subjects are still inside the machine.
You can't do this!
Take caution with your tone.
This is my machine! I've spent 20 years of my life building it, and no one is going to take it away from me. Nobody!
It's already happened.
How can you all be so short-sighted? We're this close to completing my machine. When we go live, we'll dominate the entire market!
We've already dispatched the team to take over.
No!
They're on their way as we speak.
You three can go to hell!
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Ryder, you only broke the screens. We are still in the call. Security is on their way.
Whoa. Okay, I think we're breaking out pretty damn soon.
Hopefully.
Uh-oh. That's not good for the machine.
They found another glitch, sir.
The machine won't be able to take another hit.
It's almost
So, yeah,
as if
one last
we've had a...
level.
So, yeah.
There must be something, anything we can do.
No, it's too risky.
Speak up!
Yeah.
If we If we accelerate the machine to full power, we could potentially push them into their subconscious, sir.
That is too dangerous. We can't guarantee their safety.
Maybe not, but it would set them off track, though.
Unbiased time to restore the machine. Yes. Yes, that's it. Set it up.
But sir, we don't know if their minds can handle the procedure.
I don't care! Set it up!
Right away, sir.
But yeah, like you said, it very much is like just who was it that wrote it? Dekus. Honestly, amazing the timing the game had with Techbos trying to use AI to steal what they can't create. Yeah, no, let's be real. We've had that narrative for the last 4 years. It's not radical, but I do appreciate we got video game studios doing this. Excuse me.
So I'm guessing this is going to be a merged level.
Possibly? Oh.
Yeah, we're in a sci-fi setup.
Yep. Previously we were in a fantasy, so this lines up.
Hmm.
Oh, we're balls.
And we're ball. Yeah. Are we Samus Aran balls or okay? No, we're apparently no. We're human. There's balls there with us though.
Oh, okay. So the balls must be like our suits, or are they companions?
Oh,
Both?
oh, my head is
Possibly.
pounding. Yeah. Feels like a mean jet lag. And who are these guys?
Hi, Phantom. I saw you in Code's chat trying to use the commands as well, and I was just like, oh, I'll let them figure it out. So yeah, because my bot doesn't read other people's chats, it only reads my own. It's only, like, stream elements. I've seen it happen to other people's chats, where if they do stuff with stream elements or coffee, things that are, like, always online and across, like, everyone's chats, that it will do, like, multiple things.
From here on out, your guess is as good as mine.
Hmm.
Do they want us to follow them?
Seems like it.
Then into the maze we go.
Oh crap!
You gotta
I
jump.
mistimed my jump. No, I did. I just mistimed.
You can also dash after.
At least those two ball drones seemed friendly. Maybe they know something. Yeah, we need to find a way out of here. Because if we don't, our brains will fry.
Oh.
Did we all? Did you do the same thing I just did?
Yeah, I did the same thing. There we go.
Whoa, whoa!
What is this ship even transporting? Cargo? People? It doesn't scream vacation in the Caribbean, that's for sure.
I wonder if this is somebody else's idea that they've combined into it.
So wait, so Mio doesn't know whose this is?
No, she doesn't know.
Huh, okay.
This is the subconscious, so it could be a story she's thought up of, but never actually
Okay,
followed
you
through
stay
with.
there?
Look, there's people inside. It doesn't look like they're on vacation.
Nope. I mistaked you for me.
And now tasers? Something for sure wants to keep us out. Keep us out or keep something in.
Oh, okay, I see how this works. Alright, so you stay on the left one. So once you go past... Yep, keep going. Go past it, and then... Yep, stay there.
Ah, okay.
Makes sense?
Yep.
Jump. Oh, the bottom of my shoes light up.
These yeah, I just noticed that. These kind of feel like Zero suits, don't they? From like, you know, Metroid.
Yeah, they do. Hence why I was like thinking those balls were like Samus and what have you kind of suits for us.
Probably a reference maybe to it.
Most likely. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, okay. So you go first. I go next. Oh, no, no, no. Fuck. There we go.
Ooh, the timing on that bitch had to be fucking perfect.
Yeah, it was a bit stressful, but it looks like
No.
you get the idea.
But if we were welcome here, we would have felt it.
Yeah. Something's off.
Hmm. Gotos. No idea what that means.
This place is giving me some serious prison vibes.
Yeah. I'm not vibing with the hospitality here either.
But you know, the concept of this being a prison kind of makes sense.
Nothing makes sense anymore.
A prison could be a fitting representation of the subconscious. You know, with hidden layers and suppressed themes, that stuff.
I hope you're not onto something, because I have no idea what I might have locked in over the years.
On that note, how are we going to unlock that?
With feeling.
Is anybody out there?
Whoa, what?
Who is that?
I'm a prisoner. Please, help me.
Okay, but how? Hey, these guys again.
Wait a minute. They're remote controlled.
Brilliant.
I don't have much time. Unlock the gate. Find me.
What do you reckon this is neither of their subconsciouses?
It's possible? Like something that the machine has taken, or the machine itself, perhaps?
Would explain the glitches.
Hmm.
Cool. Okay, so who do you think this mysterious prisoner is? No idea. But it sounded like she's at a tight spot. Just like us. Let's see if we can find some answers while we try to unlock the gate.
Okay, so I'm...
I'm really not a fan of mysteries.
I'm a little swarm of robots.
Oh, yeah, and you're about to pop out from there, aren't you?
Yep. Oh, that's cool. They take different forms. Ah, crap.
So close.
No, I
There
let
you
go
go.
at the wrong time. Hang on one second, I gotta scratch my eyes.
Your eyes?
Oh, my nose, anyway, the bridge of my nose.
Ah, okay. I was about to say, don't scratch your eyeballs. That's how you go blind. That's why you need glasses, because you keep scratching the eyeballs.
You can't tell me what to do, you're not my dad.
Oh, there's the thingamajiggy. I think you need to activate. Is that you doing the rotation thing?
Yep, that's
Okay.
me.
Starting to like these drones.
Ah.
Oh, okay. Rolling, rolling,
Rolling, rolling, rolling. Toxic barrels rolling. They're so hot and glowing, we'll die.
Isn't this wild though? What do you mean?
Oh, it's one of these. Okay, hang on. Let me just stay here. There we go.
Don't you feel like a true adventurer? Nothing ever breaks your spirit, does it?
Oh. Ah. There we go.
There you go, you got it.
There we go.
Okay, down the rabbit hole we go.
I'm kind of amazed that we haven't got that kind of, like, traversal mechanic earlier. The whole, like, oh yeah, balancing board things. Oh, can I do a loop-de-loop?
Neo, how are you holding up?
Come on, do a loop.
Something's brewing in here, and I don't
Come on.
know what it is.
Come on. Oh, yes! Yes! Here we go. Almost there.
This entire ship. What's the point of it all? I'm sure we'll get through.
Oh. I was trying to do a loop on the, tube. Ah! That was my mistake.
Oh, speaking of rabbit hole, I got done watching the Devil May Cry Netflix show.
Oh, okay. I've not yet watched it. I have it on my to-do list after I get through a Devil May Cry game.
It honestly makes me want to go and play the Devil May Cry games now.
That's cool. That's cool.
And
I know...
honestly, the White Rabbit was definitely one of my favorite characters.
Okay, nice. I have the only Devil May Cry game I played is the one by Ninja Theory, the remake.
Yeah, the one that a lot of people weren't a fan of.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I like the mechanics and such, and sure, it's got that like classic like, oh, I'm 14 and this is edgy kind of vibe to it and such, but you know.
The main reason I think a lot of people didn't like it was because of the fact that it was more the characters.
Okay.
Check it out, Zoe. We've got company.
Oop.
If we learned anything from your stories, it's that mechs aren't usually the friendly kind.
Oop. Oh yeah, I'm on the right side.
This kind of gives an Abe's Oddworld vibe.
With the whole, like, traversal thing? Okay, I can't go through
Yeah.
there, but you can go through there.
Hey, Wolf Fox, how you doing? We're splitting some fiction.
Yes. It's a fantasy fiction and a sci-fi fiction, and we're splitting the difference. It's a fanfy.
A fantasy?
I was gonna say a fanfy.
Eh.
Alright, so you don't need that anymore, and you need a...
Okay, got this crane.
Hang on. Ah, crap. Sorry. I fucked up. Oh, no, hang on. No. Turn to the right. I think you've got to jump over there.
How?
Just hold on.
There we go.
Oh, hang on.
There. Oh!
Yeah, we...
After you just... There we go. There we go. Got it. Alright. Bam. Thank you.
Gotta do it again.
This route better lead us back to that locked gate. I'm sure it is. Let's not lose faith.
Alright. Bam.
Test is active. Let me hitch a ride.
Whee! I love they form a little parachute. That's adorable.
Got a hook shot.
Oh, yep. Closer. Because I'm all the way over here, remember? There we go. Let's try that again. Oh, I see. So there's a platform there. I gotta wait for it, and then... Alright, go, 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 go.
Nice harpooning, Neo.
I could whale that shit. Oh shit, no, I fucked up. Sorry, I miscounted. Okay, 1, 2, 3. No, don't jump
Okay.
too rapidly.
Okay, okay, so...
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so we have to go back this way?
Yeah, because there's a little thingy-majiggy here.
Ah.
See?
Let's see what else my mind's got in store for us.
Oh, it is her mind. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So it is her subconscious. It's not a new person's subconscious.
Yeah.
It's Zio's.
Full of surprises. Huh, my drone's got a boat setting.
Boat.
I wonder if I can carry you then.
Ooh, maybe.
Where are you?
I'm down at the bottom, see?
Oh.
Yep.
All aboard. This place. Oh, it's messing with my mind.
Oh, okay. I latch on when you do that.
I don't know. I just feel shattered. I get it.
Yeah, I sort of like latch. Oh, I forgot to jump for that one. So yeah, I sort of latch on. See how it just like went whoop?
Yeah. I won't take it too fast. I'll go a little slow.
No, no, no. I can take it. I can take it.
In a fight.
Yeah, in a fight.
Okay.
Chat, press 1 if you think I could take on Code in a fight.
I was making the joke of you can take it.
Ah.
Ha 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 ha.
In a
ha.
fight. Oh, okay. Wait. And then...
Other side mirror, race it.
Donk.
Ooh.
Bonk. Race it.
I don't know where I'm racing it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, okay. I don't
Hold
need
up.
you for this part anymore.
Now, but it looks like you'll need me for the part coming up.
Ah!
You're not meant to die, Grant.
Donk.
I'm a boat. I'm a boat. I'm a boat.
Boat.
I'm a tuma. I'm a tuma. I'm a tuma.
Wrong way, wrong way.
Yep, sorry.
Alright, go.
Okay, right.
Reverse the... Oh. Reverse it a bit. There we go. Keep going.
Oh.
What in the world? And then down.
Hang on, wait a second.
Oh,
before you jump.
I see what it's... Oh. Okay, so I need to time that. So figure out how long it lasts.
Wait for me to have it. Wait for me to have it more over the edge, like on the.
Oh, yeah, and it rotates to a... Yep. Go. Rotate. Keep going, and there we go. Other way, other way, other way!
Sorry. I keep forgetting which way is which.
We have the same camera, don't we?
Yes, but I'm an idiot.
Roll, 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 roll. Is that the fastest you can roll?
Yeah.
Nope. And it decides just...
Well, that was one way of doing it.
It just decided to, like, slingshot it. Alright, so, and then if you... Yep. Because, yeah, you can line it up, and it's just me jumping. Yep. Dunk, and then line it up again. Other way, other way!
Sorry, I had to think for a second there.
Stop, stop, stop.
Go like a snail now, Mio.
What about snails?
Progress with direction, not speed.
Look, in my defense, oops.
Yep. I'm good. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Alright. Now the other way. Keep rolling, 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 whoa, keep rolling, 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 whoa, keep rolling, 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 whoa, keep rolling, rolling. There we go.
Practice makes perfect.
Ooh, that was a bitch.
Boat.
Boat.
Ah! Oh, I didn't
I said boat!
It didn't latch on to you when it did that. There we go, this did it.
Rushing us down.
Whee!
Whee!
Wait, are we back outside of the ship again? Yeah, is this really the way to the locked gate? Let's pray it is. I've been praying for a while.
Okay, so... Try again.
More guards, Neo.
Okay, so green means I can go. Good shot.
Dang it, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Right.
There's a lot of prisoners down here.
All trapped in your subject.
Unless you free my mind. What? I'm trying to read what the propaganda is saying. The propaganda isn't going any further. Darn.
Hang on, hold up.
Where am I going? Oh, I see. Hang on.
Yep, get on that, get on
Yep.
that. So I'm gonna shoot. Ah, darn
Probably
it,
want to do it the other way around. Hang on. So shoot. Yeah.
Yeah,
One,
shoot that, then
two,
shoot him.
Yeah. Cause yeah, there's time for me to for you to adjust.
Ah, but it's the loading. I can't like shoot consistently.
It seems like there's enough time. See? You did it.
I think you're gonna get over to that. Oh, okay, hang on, I see.
Darn it. So yeah, so you got you don't have to worry about that one too much. You need to worry about the one through the fans.
Yep. I see him.
There we go. Oh, okay. Look at that.
Hang on. I don't think there's anything we're gonna get out of that.
Ah, fine. Practice makes perfect. Not yet.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. Good work. Excellent work.
Oh, hang on.
There we go. Excellent work, Kode. Made it. Excellent work.
Straightforward prison break feels rather refreshing, though.
How so?
Well, you know, not having to save the world again.
Ah!
Oh, shit, sorry.
We don't know how this will end yet.
Alright, now go.
It is a bit refreshing.
Prison yard, done and dusted.
Whee! Oh.
Hey, where did you go? I'm not sure. Look around. I think I found something to work with.
Oh, there's me. There's me. So you gotta pull the plunger all the way back like a ping pong ball. There we go.
Oh man, I think I know what this is. Yeah? The last couple of years, I've been playing a lot of pinball.
Oh, this is all you.
What I think you're saying. Yep. Let's hit the jackpot.
Yeah. Oh.
I actually really like pinball.
Ah, this is perfect for you then. Ah!
Uh-oh. Whoops.
Alright, keep it all, keep it out. There we go. Okay, so it's a timing thing. Wait, and then... Alright. Oh, okay, so maybe... So, think, and then... Okay, why can't I...
Right at the very end.
Okay, I see. Okay. I don't know.
Okay, go to the very end of the red one.
Alright, hang on.
Not that red one.
Alright, so yoink, and then... So
Go to the very end of the red one. See what I mean?
Yep, I see what you mean now.
Yeah, this section must be some kind of lock mechanism. So you think we're inside that locked gate? I think
Oh.
my subconscious twisted my pinball memory into a lock. Well, that makes about as much sense as everything else.
Oh, that one needs a, we need the barrier. Here we go, so... There we go. Alright, and then... Can you not, like, hold it?
Oh, I can.
Yeah, I was about to... No, I meant, like, so you do the flick on this
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
And then hold that one. There we go. And now plunger. There we go. There we go. Alright, and then... No. Oh, I see. No, hold it, so then that way go back down to the bottom. Because see how at the bottom there, there's like a thing? There we go. And now you can flick me up. And then there's a plunger again. There we go. Bouncy. And then... Alright, use the bouncy to get to the plunger. Okay, so purple does stuck, and red gets...
I tend to play it when I eat there. Sounds like a healthy
There we go.
Yeah, but the food they serve isn't.
Alright, this one's a little more of my autonomy.
Boing!
There we go.
How subconscious works, and as confusing as an incoherent dream.
And then... Yep. Not. You gotta thread the neat. There we go. Too hard. Okay, this one you can go all the way.
Yeah, but be more on the left-hand side.
Alright, a little less. There we go.
Whoops.
Crap, okay, so it's timing.
There we go. Oh.
Oh, I gotta lob you.
Oh, okay, I see it. Alright, yep. Ah. Oh. Oh, it's all the way. Oh, goddamn. Alright. Yay!
Go play the mean pinball.
I'm glad that it's you doing the pinballs rather than me.
Oh yeah. Nowadays I only compete against myself.
So...
That sounds like life. One's biggest...
Oh, I see. Yep, green. That's for me.
Sure. Sure.
Okay, that didn't get me through, so...
Yeah, I didn't pull it.
Oh, there's a
platform that comes. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. So we'll wait for the platform. Set your plunger.
Yeah, if you.
There we go. So yeah, so it seems once it's on red, there's no momentum. It just gets lost.
Yeah.
There we go. And then. Uh-oh. Pinballser.
What is that thing? I think we got detected.
Oh. Oh, thank you.
Get out of there, Zoe.
And then flick. Flick. Oh, I'm barely
At
moving.
least they color code them, so I don't need to actually.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Up the top. Okay, there we go.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. What?
Don't hit that thing.
Okay. Oh, okay, so... No, we need to try and make this ball hit. There we go. There we go.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Nice. Oh, I need to... Okay, so I need to do the jumps, or get...
Yeah, you need to escape. Oh crap! No, I misjudged that.
Nah, it's okay.
Lift up the right one so you can jump onto the left one.
Okay, yep, sounds good. Oh, let's try that again.
Get right on the edge.
Oh.
Alright, lifting up the left one, jump onto the right. Lifting up the right one.
Oh, there we go. Oh.
Oh, lifting up the left one.
That works. Oh, okay, so it needs to be the middle one. Ah!
Oh, this is a difficult one.
Yeah, you need to somehow hit... Oh, maybe I need to be in the... between the two, so then that way you go, like, pushing upwards. Alright.
Yeah. Get right on the edge.
Oh. Alright, let me try the other one. Because this one you had good luck. Yep, there we go.
Left.
Oh. There we go.
Right.
Yep. There we go. Oh, yep. There it is. Alright, and then try... Oh.
Oh, hang on. There we go. No, I don't think it's going to allow us to do it.
Okay.
It's too fiddly.
Yeah, okay, okay.
We'll give it another try. Let's give it another try.
Yep.
Could have just been...
Alright, so... Oh, yeah, so let me go dink. And then roll. There we go.
Oh, come on!
Yep, and then bam. Yeah, there we go. What? Oh, we need to have all of them lit up. That's what it means. Okay. Or no, it just randomizes it? Question mark?
No idea. I'm just as confuzzled as you are.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. There we go.
Woo!
Nice work.
That's a bitch.
Okay, so we need to... Oh, I see it. Bam. And then... And then... Oh. Alright, let me head over to the... Oh. Damn. Oh. There. Okay, It's because it's like right on the edge there. So it's like... There we go. And then...
So go to the red one then.
There we go. There we go.
Keep tilting it. Yeah.
There we go. And then... Oh, it keeps... Yonk. And then... Oh. Okay, so flick me.
If you go to this one, that
Oh,
should
yeah.
get you to where you want.
Yep. Yep. Alright, so now we need to do the thing. Oh.
You need to jump on the flapper.
Yeah, I need to jump on the flapper. Alright. Ding.
Jump on the flapper.
Yep, jumped on the flapper, and then... Oh, on the edge of it. There we go. Rolling. Button.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, and then flapper. Bonk, and then flapper. Oh.
Oh, sorry, that was my bad.
No, that's okay, that's okay. Flapper
You're out
again.
of the edge. There we
Yep.
go.
Plunger.
Roll, roll.
Yep, plunger. There we go. No, lower it, quickly. There we go. More plungers. Plunger. Plunger. Plunger.
Plunger. Who's got the plunger?
Right. Bam. Okay, so I need to do the, there we go.
Yeah, you need to
So-
pull them off. Bring them over to the left.
Alright, hang on, let me, because yeah, you side more to the left. Alright, whack me. So then that way I'm able to, there we go. Whack me. There we go.
Jackpot, Zoe.
Oh, that's tricky stuff.
That one really requires a fair amount of like cooperation.
Yeah. So, because it was like, I can't help you with, I can only help you a little bit with the pinball, but it's like, I can't give you instructions really, because like, I wouldn't be helpful. Oh my god, all that was just to unlock the door.
Watch out.
Oh my god.
Hide.
Just for a door. Pathfinder.
We're no prisoners. We can explain.
Blagger. Hello, cat, who is probably going to jump on me.
Oh, well, we just unconscious in the subconscious. Yeah, that was new.
Hello, Puddlefats. What you doing?
You're talking to your cat, aren't you?
I am. He just jumped on my lap and is being a bitch.
Hey, chat, you should go into Code's channel, hit !throne, and see if there's any, like, cat beds to give him, so then that way Stormy doesn't, has, like, a spot.
Oh, he's already got several cat beds.
Ah, okay.
Throne, not throw.
Throne. Throne.
I think we're the main event.
Then let's give them what they want.
What now, Neo? I don't know. Just stay alive.
Stormy, I don't need to be playing on hard mode at the moment. Cat, I love you, but you're being a pain in the ass. I don't need to be cleaned. I don't need to be cleaned.
We're not dead.
Oh boy. Okay, stay alive.
Ow. You had to put a claw in as you left, didn't you? Oh shit!
Yeah.
Well, this isn't good.
A balls!
Are they gonna become armor?
Yeah! Looks like it.
Nice! It's time! Bring out
Well,
your
this is.
mean face, Zoe!
Well, this is giving very Tron vibes, isn't it?
Yep.
This is you.
Oh, yep. And then something for you, perhaps? Nano machines!
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Armageddon. I survived that.
Why are you hitting yourself?
Yay!
Pick, Zoe! You're up, Mio!
Yeah.
And the crown goes wild!
Hi there, Cobra. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, Cobra.
Ah!
He's under us.
I think he's about to lose it!
Oh.
Sucker, Mio!
Oh, okay, so that's for me. When it comes. Yeah!
Cool one-liner.
Something awesome! Yay. Whee! Why am I ahead?
So I'm a vacuum cleaner.
vacuum.
Yeah, but where you at?
Cleaning up.
Not sure.
Oh, I gotta hold the magnetism. There we go.
Oh, I see you.
Hello. Oh, I see. Okay, okay.
Could this be some sort of a memory dump? No idea, but it's a dump for sure.
Oh, okay, there we go.
It's not a mess, and I'm sure there's a way to all of the
Violent chaos.
let's call it disharmony.
I am radiating aura.
Great. More trash.
Look at me, like, just projecting aura right now for you. Alright, move forward.
I think you've got to get on that and then...
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, that was my bad. I didn't see there was a thing down there.
Alright, you ready?
Sorry, I was doing my best. You don't think
Move,
you're
move,
beautiful.
move, move, move. Whee! There we go.
What are you pondering? Aren't the guards a part of my subconscious as well?
I suppose they are. Why?
Then why do they treat us like enemies?
Yeah. That's a valid question.
Oh, hang on.
All right, we're in. What now?
Let's see.
Heading to drop-off point.
Oh, loading.
Scratch, scratch.
Wait. Oh no. Does this truck think we're rubbish too?
Why do I carry all this garbage?
I think that's for you.
Up in the real world.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Mio, we're about to get crushed.
Back off, you silly ceiling.
Yeah. Screw you,
That was
trash
a pain.
compactor. Oh, wait. Oh, oh, damn it.
Sorry, prisoners.
Don't mind me.
The only prison is your mind. Hmm.
Ah.
Interesting.
Clever pun right there as well, because we are in Zoe's Mio's subconscious.
I wonder if we'll end up in Zoe's as well, or is it just gonna be Mio's for this?
I reckon we'll get Zoe's as well. It wouldn't be fair if we didn't, so... Oh, wall running.
Although Mio's mind is the one that's probably got more...
Wait, is it the place I should be going? Yes, it is.
Looks like it. Unless you free your mind.
And then there's hooks here. Oh, damn it. There we go. Hook one.
Oh, I fucked up.
2.
Really? Grant just radiating his aura.
I sense trouble, Zoe.
Bubble, toil, and trouble.
Uh-oh, spaghetti-o.
This can't be good.
Alright, so you deal with the flying ones, I deal with the green ones.
Mm-hmm.
Off with you!
Oh wait, do I... Oh, okay, so...
Destroy this core! Core red! Let's get the other one! The core, Mio! Get it! Second core in the back!
Alright, next one is up to the left.
Yeah, I see it, I see it, I see it. I just need to not die.
Hey, destroy the core!
Sayonara, cores!
Oh, I got...
These power suits.
I got exploded during that, like, moment.
But then why would also Mio's subconscious be giving her power suits?
Because subconsciously she does want to escape. So right now we're dealing with some sort of nonsense.
Whoa! Brilliant!
Wee. So the mind is a interesting thing filled with contradictions. There are things that she doesn't want to reveal, but there's stuff that she also needs to be, you know, true to herself about.
Thank you for your service.
So yeah, that's my guess.
Maybe.
We have a crack at this panel.
Are you the one moving these cell blocks?
Like cargo containers at the harbor.
There we go. Ow.
Oh, hang on.
There we go. Just gremlin laughter.
Where is it coming from? Check the crate. Oh, there's a person in that crate.
Which one? The... Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Can't get a... Yeah, no real idea about... No, keep go. Oh, there we go.
Oops, sorry, I moved that one a little
you're
too
good,
far.
you're good, you're good.
All right, let's get you over here.
So far, so good. So far, so good. So far, so good.
Whoa!
Brilliant. Good work on the stairs.
You're welcome.
Just emitting aura. Oh.
Blah!
Okay, so I need to... There we go, there we go, there we go. So we just need to hold it.
Nice.
Yep, cool, awesome. Glad that they thought that one through.
Maximum security. Something tells me that's where we need to break in. Yeah. Okay, we've got a taser bot. What now?
Give it a spin.
Oh, hang on, I've got a magnet on the back.
Yeah, so... Oh, wait, can you, like, hover over that? Is that your taser, or you just happen to see me? Ah! I was making a joke.
I know, and I had to. Hang on 1 second. I need to go back onto my Twitch thing. Okay, there we go.
Alright.
No, cat, you are not jumping back on me.
Yonk. Hey! No, 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 no! Ding. There we go.
Hello, she's Halsey Kitty. How you doing?
Oh, okay, so we can do like a big one. Oh. And then... There we go.
Ah, you bitch!
How about we keep me alive?
Ah, you bitch! You're doing that on purpose. Ah, okay.
Okay, I don't know
I
how.
don't think that worked.
Okay. Oh, you extend your arm and then, like, hang on a sec. So extend your arm. There we go. And then move it to the left, like rotate. All right, and then I go across. There we go. Oh.
I think you meant to jump.
Oh, not jump, but like, hang on. So, to the right. There we go. There we go. And now...
How you doing? Ah, son of a bitch!
Oh no! No, no, no! I wasn't meant to do that to you. I was hoping to kill you, not... There we go.
Oh, he's trying to fucking kill me! Yeah, no, eat shit. Eat shit, you deserve that.
Alright, so... Oh, okay, I see what it wants me to do. Okay. Yep. Cool, cool. Keep going, keep rotating, keep rotating. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, no!
Oh.
Alright. Hi there, Parsley Kitty. Welcome to the stream.
Is it parsley? Yeah, it's parsley.
Parsley, yeah, like the herb. Is it herb or herb? Keep going. Alright. Wait, okay.
I would normally say herb.
Dink dunk. Alright, so I go over here.
Son of a bitch!
Alright.
That was very cartoony. That was like...
Alright, let's keep it up.
You're a cunt!
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Are you done?
I'm done. Can you do anything?
Oh,
Like-
maybe I meant to... Hang on, maybe I meant to get over.
There we go. Oh.
Hee hee hee.
It was honestly funny when it was just like, first time, boom, son of a bitch!
I can feel it. What do you sense?
Something hidden. Something
Can
I'm
you,
a toilet.
like, flush?
Reveal it then.
Flush.
Really? This can't be hygienic.
Okay, maybe it's not meant to be that, and something else? Press B.
Oh.
It's just to get you into the thing. It's interesting that you don't have these negative thoughts of just being like, I'm gonna close the door on him. But meanwhile, me, I'm just sort of like, would it be funny?
Can I kill him next?
It's like, it's the opposite of the trust fall. It's just like, nah, you're gonna do it. Friendly fire is on.
Are you okay, Mia?
It's the friendly fire check.
I have this uneasy feeling crawling down my spine. We're pushing deeper into my subconscious to rescue a prisoner we don't even know.
Her childhood.
You do know me.
Oh, crunchy.
Who are you?
I don't remember anymore.
Why? What happened?
I believe I once was a part of you.
Yeah, this has got to be the last level.
Who imprisoned you?
Well, we'll still...
Wait, did I lock you in?
To protect me.
Yeah, this sounds like her childhood or inner child or something.
Hello?
Who is this prisoner?
I don't know.
Level maximum security.
I noticed we haven't run into any side stories around here.
Yeah, I think because while we're in the subconscious, it's like, now it's just like a race to the end, perhaps.
More than likely, I'd say.
Right. If there was any doubt of where this prisoner might be, that's the spot.
The G spot.
Whee! Lasers!
Lasers? I'm a firing my laser. Oh shit, almost, that was close.
They aren't messing around, that's for sure.
Crap.
It's all about timing.
Carefully.
Crap. Crap.
Double jump. Double jump. And double jump.
Well, at least they're not going to Resident Evil 4 this thing.
Quick time events. Which way
Yeah,
are you going?
This way. Which way are you going?
I was wondering. Yeah, I was just because there was like 2 paths leading to the same thing, so I was just curious.
God
Was
damn it.
all.
Hey, Mew. What's your
Oh,
plan?
it's a little like.
I don't know. Haven't really thought about it.
You haven't thought about it? That must be a first for you.
There's a difference between overthinking and being smart, Zoe.
Huh. Can't argue with that.
Okay, so it's just a little chin wag, a little one-on-one.
Yeah. Little wiggle to chiggle.
Okay, so all right, so I can go above this thing. But what would be
Sipping
your
Time sponsored
secret?
by SurdraDonks88.
Oh, it's to plug this thing.
Ooh.
All right, sippy time. Thank you for the sippy, Sir Dragon. You good? Like, what's it supposed to do once it's in?
Okay, I'm done.
You can probably leave it in there. Press B. Oh, okay.
Alright, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Move yourself away a little bit. There we go.
Alright. What the? Oh, well, that was uncalled for.
It's supposed to float.
Yeah, maybe I just need to hold it before I do the jump. Spin you right. There we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, so you do the rotation still.
Yep.
There we go, and
Okay,
then
hang on. Get to the edge.
Alright, so that creates a bridge.
And you've got to do the bridge leading over for me.
Yep.
Run before he twangs it. Fucking knew you were gonna do that! You are evil!
Hey, you survived! Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay.
Zipper floor.
It's a zipper. Whee! Oh, lasers. Jump. Oh, jump. Center. And jump! Oh.
We both fucked up, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Ow.
There we go.
Alright, hang on. I'm coming. Damn it.
Don't worry, Chad. He's coming.
Good lord, he coming.
Good lord. There you go.
See, I came.
Alright, so you've got a thing up here. So my thing is down below. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Yippee!
I just kept going forward. I'm sorry. Hang on. I'll go a little bit slower. Happy?
Okay.
I just went a normal speed, okay? Alright, here we go.
Sure.
Do you need these to be, like... Keep going. You're the rat.
Oh, sorry, I was moving it the wrong direction.
Ah. So yeah, so you're up there.
What a flawed rat design.
Oh, okay, this is just independent at this point. Oh. Whee! Oh, there we go. Ah, no!
I'm allowed to fuck with you at least once.
Yeah, no. And that one's a freebie because, like, you know, there wasn't any whatsamahoozy, there wasn't any death, so.
Yeah.
There we go. So if I died, it would have been funny. I think there's a barrier there. Maybe you need to do the nano machines thing.
Nice. Stay focused.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Trying not to go too fast.
So this way.
There.
Oh, it moves.
Whoa, careful. Hang on, hold up, let me have a look around. Oh yeah, this way. It's gotta be one over here. Ah, here we go. See, there's your hook over there.
Oh, I need you to... Yeah!
Hang on, wait.
You're so done with me right now.
Over here.
there's like a... Hang on. Oh, yeah, I see it now. I see it.
So it looks like I'm not affected by any of the lasers, so I can go in and out as much as I want.
That's good, that's good.
Because I was trying to avoid getting hit as well, but...
There we go.
Phew. That's enough lasers for a lifetime.
You forgot where the lasers were, didn't you?
No, it's just not letting me through them.
What? Oh, what happened? Can you go down? Float down?
Oh, there we go. I just wasn't jumping at the right spot.
Okay.
That's problematic.
Are you okay, Mio? Feels like my brain's about to explode. But enough with the mysteries. It's time for some answers.
You know what? I like that about you.
What?
Things...
No. Stay there, stay there, stay there. I wanted to run around.
They are?
Yeah. You keep it real. It's a breath of fresh air.
Thanks. I needed that.
Ooh.
Oh, holy hell!
Laser!
Keep moving!
Looks like you'll have to be in front. There's a magnet thing up ahead.
Yep, I see it. I'm running ahead. I'm running ahead. I'm running ahead.
Move it! Move now!
Ah.
Where are you? I'm in control. I got the laser cutter.
Oh, you need to do a laser thing. You need to cut the thingy. Okay, here we go.
Bye-bye.
Faster. Yep, so you gotta cut here, and then you gotta cut that thingamajig in the bottom. There's one more here. There we go. Alright, let me just head over here. And now you gotta head back down to this corner here. Hit the laser. We're almost there, almost there.
Not on my watch.
Last one right here. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, what?
Final descent now.
Hang on. Let me. There we go.
Slow and steady, Mio.
No. Oh.
Slow and steady.
Okay, so I'm doing... Okay.
I believe in you. Please, don't fail.
Dang it, sorry.
No, I thought that was on purpose. I'll be real with you. Now.
You can do it.
All right. Wait. Now.
Oh.
Just a bit more.
I can almost reach the console.
Release the prisoner. Do it now.
Oh, I need it. The shadow would have helped me, and I wasn't paying attention to the shadow. All right. I bet you it's her inner child. That's what's
Maybe.
locked up. What do you reckon?
Maybe. I would say more than lightly.
Finally free. Oh no.
Ooh.
Nope.
Alright, that's not an inner child.
Oh. And you played your part. Perfectly.
It's her rage. Or something. We'll probably get an explanation in a second.
Yeah, rage, cold-heartedness, something or other.
Help! Zoe! I am power. I am fear. I am the real Neo.
Stop it!
And I won't break. I will not cave into weakness. I will not hold back, and I will punish the world for what it did to Dad.
Let her go!
It's her rage.
Yeah. That's accurate. That's a
Friend won't
good call.
change your doom.
It's the rage and anger that she felt when her dad died.
Yeah. Or like when her dad... Well, her dad's not dead yet. Her dad's in hospital and such.
Yeah.
You helped me through countless nights. I needed you once. But not anymore. And now I think it's time you pissed off. Oh, I like the sound of that.
It will be a worthy effort, but futile. Unleashed.
Yeah, it's her darkness.
Yeah. Oh. What in the
I'm
world?
guessing it's what she went through when she wrote all those stories.
Most likely. Oop.
It's the anger she used to write them.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be a very anime fight.
Oh, nanomachines, and then... There we go, so that gets one thing. Alright. Oop, 3, 2, 1.
Shudder at my name.
Alright, another thingy. Yep, there we go.
Nice aim.
I don't think I have to aim, which is the fortunate bit.
This definitely feels like the last boss fight.
Hmm. For Mio, at least.
Oh, shit!
What the fuck? I saw the green thingy.
Yeah, I think I fucked up.
Yep, alright, let's try that again. Pretty obvious thing of her wanting to be emotionless, but it's a cool design. It is a cool design. Alrighty, I'll stick close to you-ish. There we go. So... 3... Okay, so I need to do, like, multiple presses then. Oh, boy. 1... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It's like Final Fantasy all over again! Ah!
It's the Knights of the Round fight.
Nanomachine, son. Yes! Phase 1 done.
Drown in my shadow. What will break first? Your spirit or your spine?
That was kind of taken from The Dark Knight Rises. The spirit or the... Well, what would break the spirit or the man? But, like, yeah, it's a sort of a... You know, what's Mahoozies.
You got this. We got this.
I will protect
Yeah, it's the shell she used in order to help deal with the situation with her father.
Yep.
What do we do? I don't know. But don't let her escape. No one will hurt us ever again. I will burn.
Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
This is the you part. I need you.
Rely on you anymore. Look, that's the hand again. I got it. I got it. Swing away, Mio.
Punch!
Leave me alone.
Oh, looks like you've got your little thing over there.
Yep, I see it, I see it.
Then catwalk.
Hurry, hurry. You're with me, Zoe. To the very end. I will rule over the ashes.
I have no idea
Oh,
what this
shit,
is.
Sorry. No, I saw it.
Shut up.
Okay. Oh, I see it, I see it.
Hang on, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
Thank goodness they stay.
Yeah.
I am your only future.
Ow.
I think you meant to reflect that.
I tried to. Alright, hang on. Let's see.
Good shot.
Oh, it's your brain!
This is your brain on drugs.
Mmm. This is your...
Get out of my head.
How it feels to chew 5 glum.
How 5 chew gum feel.
Alright, so...
Away the sorrow. Wild stuff.
Oh, I see it. Okay, cool.
You're not allowed to be in here, Mio.
Alright, cool, cool.
Now the tables have turned. Eat this.
There we go.
Immense rage. Payback. No, that's my trick. Whatever you did, Zoe, keep at it. Without me, you'll be alone forever. You're not good enough.
Ah, there we go.
You can't do this to me. I got her! Zoe, I'm in control!
Here it comes. 3, 2, 1, go.
Don't ever cross that line again! I'm breaking these chains! Twilight!
Oh, stay alive, stay alive.
You can't drown me anymore! I am the true Neo.
It sounds like she nearly said true Neo at that point instead of Mio.
It did kinda. Damn it, hang on, hold up, 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 hold up.
need anyone but myself.
What do you reckon? Split personality disorder?
Nah, I just think it's subconscious of being emotionless and, like, you know, heavy with the anger.
Could be.
There we go.
Maybe a little column A, a little column B?
Maybe.
We're back online, Zoe.
Alright. Get back in the center.
Oh, you can only do it in the center? Okay.
Oh, well, no. Hang on.
Oh.
Wherever you are, just 3, 2, 1, go.
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me.
I'm trying. Oh, wait, hang on. No, I shouldn't be pressing Y, because that's stopping it.
Oh. Yeah, and you were, like, doing it faster than me, weren't you?
Yeah.
If this machine really existed, this would be some really crazy therapy tools.
Mmm.
Are you okay? What's going on? Oh, this feels good.
So, she's finally gone?
Yeah.
Well, good for you. Because that Dark Mio, total party pooper.
I couldn't have done this without you, Zoe. Thank you.
A hug!
Yay!
Yeah. Okay, sure. Take your time.
So this is what it feels like, hey?
She's just like, I don't know if I'm supposed to hug for this long.
Having a friend.
I mean, technically, Zoe's already come to terms with her thing, too, because Zoe's term was
Don't push it.
her last story, so I think this is definitely...
Would it
Neo's
be?
coming to terms.
No, I don't think so, because this one is explicitly a, subconscious. This would be something else.
Maybe.
It's working. The repair protocol is active.
Sir, their vitals are dropping and fast.
Just keep your focus on restoring the machine.
But we're about to render them brain dead.
The only thing that matters is protecting my machine. You got that?
Then you do that alone.
My machines!
Anymore.
Get the hell out of here, both of you.
But sir...
Get out! You're
That's-
fired. Go!
He was just a bystander.
Initiate full lockdown sequence, all stations. No one in, no one out.
Oh, shit.
Imagine the contractor learning this is like, so... Imagine the contractor being like, so you're a publishing house? Yes, sir. Who is very successful with books? Yes, sir. And you want me to create an anti-terrorism security system? Yes, sir. Full lockdown. Right. For a book publisher. Where's the question?
Stop this. The police have been called.
Call the National Guard for all I care.
Raider!
I'm sorry, this is a little bit ridiculous. It's just like, call the National Guard for all I care.
They fry.
Oh, he is fucked up.
Yeah. If there was any questions of if he's the villain or not, is now past. Yep, here comes the subconscious for Zoe then.
Oh, yep. Yep, you're right.
So yeah. I wonder if it's
Ooh, I love the outfits.
very Prince of Persia. Like it's a fantasy, but it also mixes in a little sci-fi of the Prince of Persia.
Okay. This has got to be your subconscious, right?
As ridiculous as the plot is, we really are dealing with cartoon villains in real life these days. You are correct. In the United States, they very much are dealing with cartoon villains.
Kinda gives me the creeps, though.
But it is still funny as fuck that this all started with, "Hi, I'm an accomplished book publisher, and thanks to the, you know, discoveries in technology, we can now make it more interesting stories."
Oh, what do you reckon this is gonna have to do with her sister's death?
Oh, fair point.
Mm-hmm.
Fair point.
Yeah.
This is gonna be Ella. This is gonna be whatever's happened to her sister, her dealings with that.
Could be.
And the breakdown from her family from it.
Oh yeah, because she comes from a family of peeps.
Yeah. And what's the meaning of these tattoos?
No idea.
Also, your cape is awesome.
What we just endured with you.
It is.
And conquered.
Yeah. I like the chevron design over this, you know, tapestry side slant.
And I'll be right by your side if you don't.
Why is there a little one here? Oh, weird. Oh,
side?
Nah, just so you have a different way of getting across.
What is
Fish!
Zoe, your arm.
What do I do?
I don't know.
Become the fish.
It seems friendly.
Wait. I can feel it.
It's my Patronus.
I'll be real, if my Patronus was a fish, I'd be a little bit disappointed, to be honest with you.
Expecto. Really expensive petroleum. Oh, we fucking with portals?
Oh. Is that some sort of vortex pulse?
Ah, okay.
Okay, I thought we were fucking with portals.
Nah. Yay, the fish stays. I'm guessing gold is your thing, perhaps? Or... let's see. There we go.
I see you fancy gold, little one.
Okay, this one looks like it's mine.
Look.
Ooh, an owl.
Oh, I got an owl. Oh, okay, I kind of figured given the feather designs it would have been something like that.
Oh, yeah! Okay. And then mine has, like, fish scale, like, smoothness to it?
Yeah, so aquatic design.
Yeah, it's like seaweed for me and sky for you. Alright, what's your thing? And then hold left trigger. Oh!
Oh, bye. I was allowed to get one after all the shit you pulled.
Yay! Oh.
Worried I was gonna do it again.
A little bit, but I'll be real with you. I would have totally been on the bit first. Son of a bitch!
Good job, buddy.
Ooh, oh, okay, hang on.
Ooh, that was close.
But we got to it.
Who or what could our friendly spirits represent?
What does your heart tell you?
Nothing. But they're comforting to have around.
And then that one's
What
yours.
we need right now.
Oh, hang on. So maybe I need to do this, and then brings down the gold. And then you do the thingy. Ooh, and I bet you...
Let go of it, and that'll bring us up.
Ah! Nice. Okay, okay.
Oh, I gotta sneeze.
Okay, so there's not really too much of a crazy range. There we go. Oh!
Your subconscious feels sacred or something.
Why is it so eerie?
Another danger, I'm imagining.
More than likely.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't that statue in the,
Wow.
Yep, this is to do with her sister.
It's like a gallery?
Yeah, most likely.
It's memories from my childhood.
Witches and weird creatures.
One big happy family.
Then the two spirits are meant to be representations of both her and Ella.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
In much the same way as the dragons were.
Yeah, okay. And then we got this little thingamadiggy here. Oh, that's a quaint little house.
It was my home.
Could this be where our two pals are guiding us? Okay then. I guess now we know where we're heading. Zoe?
What? Yeah. Yeah, I heard you. We're going back home.
Oh,
Splendid.
excuse me.
Yeah, we're gonna be dealing with her sister.
Hmm.
And what happened to her sister?
See monsters over there. All right.
Damn. This is really beautiful, Zoe. So, you want to talk about your house?
It was my old childhood home.
All right. So that's your thing.
I fucked up. It's actually yours.
Why we're heading back there?
Nope.
Oh, I see. I see. I see.
Oh shit! I misjudged how far that was.
Oh, okay.
Now maybe you got to use your thing to lift it.
Oh, I see. Yep.
Or
No, I think you're right.
okay. So we got to find the right door.
Oh, here's it.
All right, now drop it. Oh no! Don't drop it. Yeah, don't drop it.
Well done, guys.
Where is everyone? Like...
Oh, so you don't respect the stairs.
Fuck the stairs!
For a while. Yeah.
I used to jump down from the stairs in high school.
Oh, I feel sorry for your knees.
Yeah, that's why they're pretty well fucked.
Oh, okay, so we go up.
Hey.
Yeah.
There's more of these paintings.
Yeah, we saw those earlier. Same ones. Oh, I know. Okay, so hang on. So, ding. Alright, so...
Walk on sunshine, Zoe?
Ah! No! Damn it.
You let go.
Yeah, I did. So yeah, because I think it only lets us... Alright, ready?
3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's really fast. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize it was gonna move with me.
Yeah, okay, hang on. Dink. bench.
Another sit and shit.
Ooh.
Zoe. Chin up. We need to stay hopeful.
I know. But it's hard.
Tell me about that old oak tree. You know, that you and Ella used to climb. What was his name?
I thought you didn't want to hear about him.
Lord Evergreen, right? Tell me about him, okay?
Well, Lord Evergreen is a stoic oak that is older than the forest and a friend to all creatures.
And shapeshifters.
And shapeshifters. Actually, it was Lord Evergreen who granted me and Ella those powers, making us powerful enough to stop the evil Ice King and save the world.
Yeah, I can totally see you guys playing in that tree.
Yeah. Me too.
That was lovely.
It was.
Yeah. I liked it.
Let's make out.
Why do you want us to kiss?
Let's kiss!
Down here.
I don't want to kiss.
It doesn't have to be gay. You're the one that's making it gay.
Alright, how do I... Oh, hang on. So... Mizuki, thank you for the follow! I can't believe we weren't following until now. Alright, this, and then...
Nope, other way around.
Yep, okay. Alright.
Is there another one nearby? Nope, jump onto the... I think you've got to bring the head together.
So... But... How?
You've got one placed over there, one placed over there.
Oh, I see. Yep, now I see it.
Hey, creepy head.
Alright, so we got that.
Oh, hang on. Move, let it go. Can you jump while you're doing that?
Yeah. And then it rotates like so. Clever. Alright, now I'm picking up like what the fish is attracted to. There we go. Sorry, I'm just like so slow with this one. Like everything is so moody colors, so like it just sort of blends in a little bit.
It does a little bit.
Forgot to follow earlier. Not to worry, not to worry. I love how Davy Boy's like, damn, Grant, don't want to kiss the homies goodnight.
Yeah, Grant, God.
Oh my god. Oh,
Laser of light. All lasers are light, Zoe.
Yeah, it does kind of give some Prince of Persia vibes, doesn't it?
Yeah. Alright, so if I put this here and then this to there. Oh, okay, so I need
and then we've got to, then we've got to grab onto it.
So I was thinking start here. And then I do... Oh, okay, so I can't... Alright, so I need to do this.
So move it over to one direction.
And then I can do left trigger. There we go.
All right, let's carry on.
No, that doesn't have anything for me. Okay, so that will have... Alright, so we jump across onto this thing. And then jump onto this. Nice. That made sense. That made sense. No. Oh, okay, you run out that. 360 vibes from some of the game. Too bad the game didn't do anything better. I thought it was fun. Yeah, Sands of Time was pretty good. All right.
Use that to shine the light into the mirrors.
Oh, yeah. Hang on. So ding. All right. So we got that there.
Try in the next mirror over here.
All right. Ah, yep. Okay, so that way we're able to do this.
Ah, crumb bumps. I went the wrong way.
You want to jump across? And then...
Honestly, hurts having to hold it.
About your old home, Zoe. How long did you guys live there? We moved when I was it before or after the accident?
And then we roll run? Yeah, we roll run.
Yep.
So, but yeah, the Prince of Persia remake was not too bad. I liked the mechanic of the whole blah 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 blah, where you didn't really ever have like a death mechanic or anything like that. You just like if you're about to fall off or something, you got grabbed again or something. Ooh, what? No, that doesn't. Ah, okay. So we're just doing. Just trying to figure out. There we go. I guess it's just whatever pattern you want, and you can just double jump if you want to get there further. And then, let's see, what's this one here? Yep, more.
Huh. This is my south line.
Oh! Fuck!
Sorry, I fucked up.
Ah! Let's try that again.
I fucked up!
Son of a bitch.
I'm not doing it on purpose.
Oh, you weren't?
No.
Okay. I thought you were, because I kept jumping ahead of you, and you're just like...
I'm not that much of an asshole.
It's alright. I don't think of it as you being an asshole. I think of it you just being funny with me. That's all. Key. The art style and story. Granted, it was the first Prince of Persia game. Sad it ended on a cliffhanger. Yeah, I feel like they definitely wanted to do a sequel or something like that, but we didn't have the opportunity to have that as like endgame DLC or anything like that.
Plus, it did underperform, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think Prince of Persia was just a franchise that people weren't too interested in, especially since Assassin's Creed in 2006 originally was going to be a Prince of Persia game, and then they did their own thing for the whole wall because...
Oh, hang on, something's going on.
Oh.
I'm fine.
Sorry, I was about to go on a rant. Because...
That's all right.
Yeah.
Assassin's... I haven't played the last two Assassin's Creed games, fair enough, but I am a fan of the series.
What do you reckon that the sister fell down the stairs?
Ooh, I feel like that would be very morbid. Like a staircase fall is very, you know, that's very like kind of serious crazy. And what's more is like there's the danger of like maybe she was pushed, and that would also fuck over people's minds.
Like we actually had a staircase fall at work one time.
Whoa.
Really?
What the hell is that? I don't
Yeah.
know, but we better run.
Oops, shoot.
They
Yeah,
said
poor lady.
run.
Poor lady wasn't looking where she was going, and fell down the stairs. And ours are similar stairs to this. They're circular.
Oh, there was like a monster there or something.
I did see that.
All right, be careful of the spindle. Unless, are we meant to land on it? Okay, we were meant to land on it. I tried.
But thankfully, she was fine though. She did have to go to hospital for.
Oh, it's like the what's-a-mahoozy again. All right, cool. So back to center.
Yep.
So
Get back to center. To the right a little bit.
Yep, we're good.
Left.
What?
Oh no, never mind. Right.
Oh, left. We're fine.
There it is again.
Left.
Yep.
See if we can lean it to the left. Now right. Left again. Right. To the left.
This is easier than the boat. left, 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 left. Alright, back to center. Go to the left, there we go. Oh! Oh, we're riding on the fucking snake! Alright, left, 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 left. Center it. Right. Oop. Oh, just barely. Alright. Adjust right. Right. Left. Center. Right.
1 second.
Are you okay, Zoe? This darkness, I had no idea.
We'll figure this out.
Mio, do something!
So, you need to, like, do some light or something. Almost.
Right. So we got ghosts. I can work with that.
Sure, we can work with oogly booglies. Oh no, I'll get on this.
Alright, and then, Dink, you ready? Oh, you can just, oh, okay, you can stay there. So you can stay on the thing, and then, there we go. Alright, now you can do the jumps and what have you, and we just need to be mindful for any ghosts nearby. Ghost, careful. Good work, good work.
Stay away.
Alright, maybe we need to get closer. Alright, there's lights there. Alright, keep going, and stop. Alright, we need the next one.
These statues are getting creepier.
It's all twisted.
Next one.
Like a perspective of her family after her sister died.
Maybe. Oh, ghost. Go, and then one. So can you get to there?
Oh yeah.
Because we'll need to have this like thing to be turned. Oh, I'm gonna need to be there, aren't I, as well? Because it looks like there's a... Alright, hang on. There we go. Alright, sorry. Alright, so from the looks of it...
You'll have to use the bottom end down there to pull it.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I pulled it out.
Go, and then... Going, stop. So, yeah, so now we just need to... And then...
I can't believe I have all of this inside of me.
Still
Pretty-
no theories on why?
Pretty badass looking underworld, I will be real with you. That's some imagination. Oh, ghost! Thank you. Oh, can't make it that far. Wait, what's Dika saying about the Assassin's Creed? Played the first game once, thought the biological memory was a cool idea, but the reputation of the game got boring for me. That's a shame. Like, I like the idea of genetic memory from that the first game gave, and the Ezio trilogy honestly was like my favorite. Assassin's Creed 3, I didn't know much about the American Revolution, and I felt like it was a bit too honorable towards like the history, like the bullet heard around the world, and some features were like, because it only did like, you know, that whole Marvel-esque thing of like, oh hey, here's George Washington, here's Benjamin Franklin, and I'm like, but you could have had like, you know, Connor be a lot more part of the thingy-madiggies of like, you know, accidentally starting it off or any of that kind of nonsense, but they didn't. And then they did really well with Black Flag, Unity, I feel like they were trying to recover from, like, ruining the Desmond modern storyline. Oh, there we go. But, yeah, and then it looked like they were about to recover with the RPG trilogy, Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, but that doesn't look like the case anymore. Because now they've kind of, from the looks of it, they've kind of just dropped... Oops, what was that? Oh, we have to be careful of the ghosts.
So, it's probably safe to assume these snake monsters did all of this destruction.
And corrupted my subconscious into a ghost town.
So, but yeah. I've not yet played Assassin's Creed. I don't think Assassin's Creed Mirage had much in the way of, like, providing modern-day story, unfortunately. Let's see. Am I supposed to put this?
Yeah, I haven't really paid too much attention to the...
Ooh, hang on. Maybe, do I stand... No. No. What is the...
Put it underneath it.
Oh, yeah. And then...
And then we both stand on top.
Yep.
Let it go, and then I've got to trigger the light barrier.
Alright. Nice.
I don't like where this
So yeah, I don't think there was much of a... Because, like, the point of Assassin's Creed is less about the historical accuracy and was more about the how does the alternative history of the past play into, like, the plot of the future. And yeah, they kind of had, like, a bit of a tricky time with it during during Assassin's Creed Unity, first and foremost, because of like, you know, trying to do, like, the whole Sage storyline. Assassin's Creed, like, 4 Black Flag was like, yeah, it was a bit of a transitionary point. Oh, I see what it wants me to do. Yeah. And then Syndicate was... It looked like they were rushing a little bit. Ding dong. But yeah, and then it looked like we were getting, like, you know, once again, here's a protagonist in the modern storyline to follow and what have you.
Okay, I see what you gotta do.
What is it? Oh, I see. Okay, hang on. Ready?
Yep. No, you gotta aim it at the chains.
Oh, okay.
Focus, Neo.
Yep, alright. There we go.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't holding it. That was my bad.
Yep, not to worry. You ready?
Yep.
There we go. So yeah.
Light buzzsaw.
So, and then we had, like, you know, the twists during Valhalla. I don't know what the modern storyline is for Assassin's Creed Mirage. I don't know if they even did a modern storyline for Assassin's Creed Mirage.
Chainsaw chandelier.
Let's see. Is there any points
Also,
of pushing it?
hi, Adventurous Neko. We're playing Split Fiction.
Hi there. There's something inherently mystical about Middle Eastern fantasy, not a genre touched on too much these days. Not too much, but, like, I know there's... So we've got Black Myth Wukong, which recently done a little bit of the Chinese mythology. And and coming up, I saw it on, like, a video from Skill Up, an Australian, like, video game journalist guy, that there's going to be one from India with Indian mythos, but, you know, once again, Souls-like from an Indian studio. So, could be good. I think we're fanging for, like, you know, other IP, like, other development to do the... Oop, hang on. Why are we here?
Oh, hang on. Maybe you gotta put one onto a wall and drag it over somehow, or...
Let's see. Let me just go over here. Doesn't...
Oh, yeah, because look, there's one down under there. Oh, I see. I see.
Oh, okay, so I have to do the
put you
movements.
across? Yeah.
Yep. There we go, and then you do the drop. I was so ready to shout, son of a bitch.
Okay, let's move.
I mean, come on, am I really that mean?
It's not mean, it just would be a bit. It would be funny for the bit.
You see that gate in the distance?
Yeah.
So yeah. Also, hi there, Adventurous Neko. We're playing Split Fiction.
I'm not really sure.
Alright, so we've
Only
got...
one way to find out, then.
Alright, we'll kind of light does that do? Oh no, keep it, because I need to be running along this centipede. There we go, thank you.
I usually pride myself on
And then, what happens when this one goes off?
I think you got to draw it closer.
Yep. No, that makes sense. Oh yeah, I'll draw it here. Let's see. There we go. So that gets you across.
My light buddy.
And then
the light seems to attract them.
there we go. All right. All right, and then this one goes. All right. Now you can let go of the light and do it to another foot. Go. Oop, keep him there.
Nom.
I think I can get
Nom.
him over.
Sooner rather than later.
All right. What's the next one? All right. Let's see. Do I go over here? Maybe. And then. Bonk.
Ooh, I didn't even notice I was standing on one of those.
Wasn't there one that took place in Louisiana? What, the Assassin's Creed? I know there's Assassin's Creed Liberation.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, so there was the one where you play as the
Aveline.
Yeah, Aveline, which I think was the one that takes place in Louisiana, where you do run into Connor for part of it.
Yeah, because it's technically it's Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, which was sort of like a side thing during the Revolution, I think, or just after.
Yeah, just after the events of 3, I think.
Okay. So yeah. Oop. Where is? Oh, there he is. And then you let go of the light.
Why does this feel like one of those monsters from Half-Life?
I need you to do it again, please. But yeah, Assassin's Creed. So I feel like the strength of the Assassin's Creed, like outside of the mechanics, because let's be real, Assassin's Creed is in the same realm of like video game fandom as Halo or FIFA or GTA. Like people who do not play video games know Assassin's Creed and what have you. It will do really well for Ubisoft. But I think beyond the mechanical, the strengths of Assassin's Creed were when there was a good mix between personal story for the history and modern storyline to give you the stakes. So there was a mystery in the modern day that the past character was not interested in. Oh, hang on. So, let's see. So, alright, almost. There we go. Alright, so leave that there. And
now,
then...
hang on. Now we just gotta...
There we go. So yeah. So I think that's what Assassin's Creed is missing, is that... Because that's the thing with Ezio, is that there was a modern storyline, which is like, we wanted to know what the... Like, there was some reason that Vidic always wanted to go back to the Renaissance, and they couldn't do that with Subject 17's bloodline. So, like, you know, Ezio Auditore, he had a mystery about, like, you know, who killed his family and what have you. Ooh, okay. So this goes here, and then... There we go. Ooh!
Oh, shit!
Fuck, that was bright.
Anybody else blind?
Sorry for the flashbang, everyone.
Centipedes?
Are they friendly?
Are we supposed to fight it?
I don't know. Stay sharp.
But yeah, so Assassin's Creed, like, 2 had that, which was... Yeah. And then we had a little bit of that with Black Flag as well. Assassin's Creed 3 kind of had it, but it was more of just busy work about understanding why we were at the location that we were.
Oh, it's his parents!
Oh.
As delightful as always.
And yet, still as wounded.
Oh, yes. That's why she's here, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
Zoe has a much more vivid or wild subconscious.
See us as your spiritual guides.
What do you reckon that?
Oh, we're running out of time.
I don't think they're parents. I just think they're, as they say, spiritual guardians at this point.
I don't know. I think they're possibly a representation of her parents as too.
Really?
Maybe.
We've already done dragons.
Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, there wasn't really much of a modern storyline to Origins. It was just a reintroduction of like ancient storyline. But then we were able to get like a really good modern storyline in. We got it in Odyssey and Valhalla. I think that's where we got strengths. It wasn't very strong in Odyssey, but I think it was pretty good in Valhalla. But then we had like again the Assassin's Creed 3 treatment where it was like something happened. Something happened where like it was like, oh, this is kind of a conclusion story.
And the Hydra grew bigger.
Ooh, hang on.
Nip. Nip, nip.
Snip, snip, nip, nip, snip, nip, 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 nip.
Why a Hydra?
Nip, 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 nip.
Nim 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 nim
Phone. Phone. Yep.
Ooh, hang on.
Maybe you gotta use your bird.
Oh, wait. No, these. Ready? And then we pull. Because...
Keep at it.
There we go. Alright, wait.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to really work together on this one.
Move with caution.
Oh, wait, I'm blue. I forgot. I was like, wow, Code, you're being a bit of... And I was like, wait, no, hang on, that's me. I'm that centipede.
Graceful swamp scum.
Oh. Alright, hang on. So... 3. Dunk. Ah! Jesus!
You know I had to at least once.
Nope. Oh, okay. It's... Okay, we're gonna need to do trust falls here. Alright. Apex. Apex. Apex.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, we got to it, didn't we?
But I think I sprained an ankle.
Which one?
I'm not sure.
Sprained an ankle. Which one? I'm
Which
not
one?
sure.
Yum.
Alright, hang on. So we're gonna need to do... Dink.
Oh, shit, sorry, I let go too soon.
Oh, okay. So if our heads...
okay, yeah,
if
yeah,
our
yeah.
heads meet, it's the thing.
Something. Yeah. Where have we seen them before?
Alright, so there... Oh.
Oh, hang on.
Go. Now. Woo! Alright, so now we're split.
It's not ideal.
Great.
Go.
Let's tread carefully, if you please.
Hang on.
This is rather concerning.
So it's almost like the tether from back when we were in the other thing.
Yeah, kind of. And then I go over here, that way we can do the split. Oh, wait, hang on. So...
I don't
Oh,
think it
you
goes
need to
too
go...
far.
Yeah, you need to go over to this thing. So then that way I can make the run. So, see? And then, go. And then, oh!
Oh, shit, sorry. No, my bad.
You say there, so then that way I go onto the thing.
Yeah. No, I thought, okay, if I thought jump, but no, that was my bad.
Yeah, so then I go here, And then when we get back together, you lead ahead. See? Oop, careful. And then... There we go. See?
Nip, 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 nip.
Okay, so we're about to open it, and then it does a... I guess that's a boss fight of some sort.
Do a boss fight, yeah.
Oh, he's gonna go up there.
Okay, we really need to try to avoid even just having the body even over the lava.
Yep, okay. So there's the first one. Right. Nope.
Left.
Wait, let's wait. He's gonna move. There we go. Right. There we go.
Down.
Oh, stay here. There we go.
Crunchy.
Wait, stay here. He's gonna move elsewhere. Okay, so he's gone up there. Don't move too much. Yeah, he's going to this bottom one here. There we go. Sorry. I almost got his kill with the lava that was behind us.
You okay, Zoe? Yeah. Keep at it.
No.
Nip, 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 nip.
Alright, so that does...
Oh no, you broke it!
Alright, so we got a plug.
Now what?
Ooh, good question. They're like a... Do we go in it? Oh! Alright, let's go. Alright, so then you plug that.
Well, that's shooting it out your ass. My bad.
You fell in the lava, didn't you?
I fell in the lava.
Alright, you do the... Okay, so yeah, and also it looks like it does it. So you have to like...
Oh no, you need to be the you need to...
Oh, do I need to be the plug? Okay. I thought it was either one of us.
Come on.
Oh, Jesus. No! Oh. Start like
Hey,
further
Coach, how
back.
you doing?
But no, you do the thing. You do the... Can you?
I can't. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah, alright, so... Alright, you ready to join in? So...
Yep.
Let's go. See? That was easier.
I didn't realize I had to pinch it. I just thought...
Yeah, no, you have to pinch it. Otherwise, there's no funnel. Alright, to the right here.
Yeah.
There we go. Good morning, Coach. This way. And then... Alright. Oh, okay, we're gonna need to do a leap. Alright, ready? Oh.
Whoa!
Oh, I was trying to drop to the next one.
One more time.
Because it looks like we have to somehow do like a reverse thingy-majiggy.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
Whoa. Let's try and get you, like, there we go, and then, oh.
No, you've got to stay hooked.
There we go, okay, because, yeah, now we're hooked together. Please don't, ah! Just a little bit, all right, here we go. Oh, and then, let go. There we go. Okay, ooh. All right, so we need to do like a swing.
For the middle.
Yeah.
Whoa. Keep moving.
Oops, sorry, that was my bad. I let go. That was close.
That was close. That was good. How are you doing this morning, Coach?
Nip, 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 nip.
So what happens now?
I'm the blue-green one. Code is the white-gold one.
You will restore Zoe.
Nip, 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 nip. Nip, 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 nip,
Yep,
nip,
yep,
nip,
yep,
nip,
yep,
nip.
yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep.
Nip.
Why'd we stop?
We've guided you
It
to...
reminds me of It Takes Two, but Bugs. This is Split Fiction. We've been at this
From the same
for...
creator, yeah.
Yeah, it's same creator. Absolutely love it. Because Code and I have both seen A Way Out and It Takes Two played by people, but neither of us have seen Split Fiction played. So, yeah.
Have we watched as you've been giving everyone?
What you can't give yourself.
Oh dear, Zoe.
We tried everything to make you happy again.
But in the end, it has always been up to you.
Oh, okay, so they are her parents. Like, you know.
Who loved you from the start?
Someone you need to call more often.
Told ya!
Yeah, you're right.
Dad?
Always remember that in complete darkness...
A single spark shines like the sun.
Aww.
I told ya. I told ya. Go fuck ya. Go fuck ya.
I didn't think we were gonna be that deep with the symbolism.
What's this supposed to be?
I wish I had a clue.
Z and E.
One
so
says Z.
Zoe and Ella.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Deakus, for the clip. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank y'all. So we're trying to retrieve Zoe's heart.
Yep. Oh, it's the house. It's a lot smaller than I remember. I thought it was
Or
a two-story.
I'm haunted when Ella died. So we left it to rot.
Aww.
All because of me. Because I couldn't hold on.
What do you mean?
She fell from a high spot.
I couldn't hold on. We weren't supposed to go to the river.
Oh.
The wet stones. She slipped and I couldn't hold on.
But it wasn't an accident, Zoe.
No! Ella died because of me.
We're gonna have to fight Ella, aren't we?
I don't think it's gonna be fighting Ella, but finding her? It will be very morbid if we're fighting Ella.
Oh, there she is.
Wait, is that... She almost looks like, what's Mahuzi from It Takes Two?
Does a little. Maybe reused asset?
Maybe?
Or unless this takes place within the It Takes Two universe.
But Zoe's, like, Ella, I'm pretty sure is alive in the It Takes Two, whatevers. Probably thinking too hard into it. I mistake a lot of blondes for a lot of other blondes.
Blondes do blonde alike.
Zoe! Are you okay? Yeah! Something's up with my medallion! Mine too! Let's meet up!
Alright. Alright.
Let's meet up and hug! Hug!
Running!
You're not alone in this, Zoe!
Ow.
Oh, I almost revived then. I'm so sorry.
That's all your fault then. Come on, Zoe! We can kiss the homies!
Almost there. Oh, hold.
Ultimate high five.
Easy.
Phoenix. Ah, yeah, bitch.
We can fight back.
How?
Strangle him. Star Wars this bitch.
Oh, there we go.
Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
Supposed to cut off heads on a Hydra? I don't know what to do.
Note to self, you don't, unless you burn the stumps, which is what Hercules did in the original, whatsamahoozies. In the original, like, trials for Hercules and what have you, to best the Hydra, he basically started burning the stumps.
Crap. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Whoop, almost got bored. Ultimate high five, go!
Alright, so I'll
We
go.
gotta wrap it around one of the heads. Let's see if...
Okay, so I'm on the left side right now, so I gotta stick to the left. Oh wait, no,
Nope,
I'm on the right.
to the right.
Okay, I think we got this.
Alright. Oh, let's go for the one on the right. Oh.
Wrapped ya.
Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah. No, the Z.
No.
The medallion! I lost the medallion! Get up, Zoe. Come on. I don't think I have the strength to carry on. We'll figure it out. Just keep going.
Ow. That's Ballista, this bitch.
Get the ballista in line!
Yeah.
Whew. Only 2 heads to go. We got this.
But why a Hydra, though?
Just, you know, Greek mythology. It was her fave. Oh, you need to do a thingamajiggy here.
Yeah. Hang on. Wait, don't let go yet.
Oh, by the by, you can start, like, button mashing, like, the second you end up there, which
Yeah,
is
I
great.
realized that.
Yeah. Last one.
Just the last head now. This nightmare is about to end.
Ow.
Alright, you've got to do this one. Now launch it!
Final head. Come on, Zoe.
Go. Let's go.
Blech.
But then they need to recode.
It's gone.
part of the story. They could probably do like quantum physics or something like that, I imagine, next. What?
Zoe?
Where's... Oh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's a sadness that's creating more heads.
Oh. We're about to get Vord, aren't we, in order to get the medallion?
Sorry, Mio! Don't worry about me!
Oh, let's avoid the heads then. Oh, okay, it is just simply left. Oh, no, we still got Vord.
Oh, what have I done?
Yay, Vord!
Again? I don't think this is the first time.
I think so. No, oh, no, yeah, no, you're right. We got eaten as hot dogs, remember?
Look, Zoe.
Yep.
Your half. It must be close.
We're just tickling his throat right now.
Look, that must be our raft from earlier. Seems like the Hydra wants to devour your entire subconscious.
Wait a second.
Oh.
You're lucky I saw that.
I didn't see that. So yeah, you're good, smart.
Oh, look at how squishy it is.
Ugh.
How squishy and
that's...
visceral.
There! Your medallion! I know now what we have to do! Do what? Restore the heart!
Bro, high five. Bro, 5.
Zoe, watch out!
No, the darkness!
Zoe! Zoe! Where are you?
Go towards the light!
Ow! I need the light!
No! Help! Stay with me!
Ah!
You're my home slice!
I can't!
My ride or die!
Ah! Ah! More blinding light.
You okay? Yeah. Come on, we gotta go! Stay in the light!
We're gonna beat this monster with the power of friendship and this gun I found.
The medallion. Again.
Ah, look who it is.
Oh, it's pieces of, There we go.
Restore the heart, Zoe!
Oh, that's Zoe. Never mind. And...
Let go!
Yeah.
Bada boom, bitch!
Get shit on,
Bada
heart!
boom. Yeah, I didn't need my eyes to see anymore.
Oh, look, it's the home.
You got this. We got this.
Come on, let's go slap your sister. I mean, see your sister and forgive yourself, so that way you can move past the trauma.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like they've reused the model from the original.
Maybe.
Or from It Takes Two.
I can't do it. I can't.
Breathe.
Oh, excuse me. Oh.
Take as much time as you need.
Although you might not need to because she's right next to us.
Although, to be real, we're probably having our subconscious, like, you know, slowly deteriorate the longer we're in the machine, so the sooner the better. No.
It does kind of look like the It Takes Two model a little.
No, it doesn't, because I remember, like, she was, like, a black-haired, wasn't she?
You must
Maybe.
be Ella.
Yeah. We're probably both just being completely wrong, for all I know. Who knows? Either one of us.
I know. I got this.
I got this. Sup, bitch?
I'm so sorry.
I had a ring like that. One of those armored rings.
Oh, the fang looking, or not fang, the claw looking one? That's cool.
Yeah.
You have to stop blaming yourself.
I'll try.
Your heart is ready to heal. And you're pretty cool, Mio. Zoe will be fine with you around.
She ain't that bad herself.
No, she isn't.
No.
I love you.
And I love you.
I'm not having a manly cry. Shut up.
It's a good day for rain.
Indoors.
Time to go home.
Alright, we're out of our subconscious now.
Bleh.
Hell yeah! We did it!
No, no!
Well, this doesn't look fucking dangerous.
Looks very dangerous.
Let us in! Open up! Open the door, Raider!
He's gonna jump in the machine, isn't he?
Most likely.
Over my dead body!
Oh, that's not...
Yep, here's that big boss.
Yep.
I told you down here, I'm the one that makes the rules. Down here, I am God!
Okay, I'm in sci-fi.
Mm-hmm. And I'm in fantasy. Do you think that we're getting to the end of the... Do you think this is the last level?
We are getting... Yeah, this is definitely got to be the last.
Alright, you wanna make it... You wanna get through it?
We can meet up.
I mean, we can call it and do the grand finale next time.
Do you think you have... Like, because I work from home tomorrow.
Of time.
You got plenty of time?
I got plenty... Yeah.
Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. We're going to the end, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Dusty, how you doing? Oh, I fucked up.
Oh. Already? Wee. Wee. Oh. I don't know how to solve this one.
There you are. What the hell has happened to the simulation?
Oh, hang on. So
No idea.
stand here.
No way this is stable.
So it's seeing you in fantasy and me in sci-fi.
Trees are spinning.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
So each of us is seeing something different.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
The simulation.
So some stuff will be similar. So there's probably like puzzle pieces that won't make sense until...
All I know is he won't go out without a fight.
All right. So you're seeing... Okay, so you can move the...
How are you jumping like that?
There we go.
It's a bouncy mushroom.
Weird.
All right, so you need to move it to the left. Dink. And then for... Like...
Oh, yeah,
because the pillar, see?
Also, Rack, hello.
Oh, Rax, you're getting rated.
Yeah, I got rated.
Nice, nice.
Let me just quickly give Rack Hudson a shout out. How are we? Thank you guys for coming in.
I'll give him something.
What were you guys doing? You were doing...
Rack.
They were just chatting. What were you just chatting about?
Just chatting. What are you doing? Just chat. All right, so that got that one out of the way. So now I push this, which will give you that.
Oh, a tree.
So yeah, so we each are experiencing like a different fiction.
Wait, I've got something.
So yeah, interesting
So now
visual, honestly.
This is definitely now what you would call a split fiction.
Yep. Oh, that was an idiot.
Yes, you were.
Man, this would have been cool to see, like... This would have been cool to see much earlier, I will be real with you. This is an interesting, like... Yeah.
We were watching a live webcam of Abbey Road crossing in London and gawking
Pray we can fight back
at all the tourists trying to recreate the...
Oh. And then jump.
They were trying to be Beatles.
Do you think there's even glitches anymore?
Let's hope. It's been our only defense against raiders so far. My thoughts
Oh.
exactly.
Yeah, that thing wants to eat me. Oh, okay, so I can't get up there.
I've got a carnivorous-looking plant gazing at me.
Okay, so you can go up there.
Move yourself over to one of the wires.
Oh, like this one?
Yeah, hang on. To the left, where the flower is.
Huh, the plant's eating flowers.
Alright, so that's the first bit.
Also,
So the carnivore plant.
Zamorix, thank you for the...
Alright, so I'm gonna need to jump to do this one. So you ready?
Yeah, thank you for the follow. Yep.
Nice.
I think that did the trick.
Does this make any sense to you?
Luckily, it does on my side.
Cross. Run up this thing. You get robotic mice and drones while I get frogs and birds. Alright. More frogs.
I gotta admit though.
Alright, so
Focus. Get on the platform.
Where?
there we go. Nice.
Let me handle this one.
Don't jump! No, Zoe, no! What?
Oh, okay, okay. I'm just saying what it looks like visually for you.
So whatever you're seeing in your visual doesn't affect you.
Yeah. Oh. Sorry. Alright, so it looks like... Alright, so...
So you've got to pay attention to my screen as well while you're doing this.
And then you're gonna pull the mushroom.
This is seriously messing with my brain.
And then this will raise the water level. Yeah. Okay.
Got a big cannon over here.
And then there's a
But I can't reach mine.
wall of fire here. So maybe you need to shoot at the pufferfish here? Oh wait, hang on. Alright, here we go. Hang on. Okay, so I need to do blue one. So so it goes no, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. So see how on my screen there's like a door? What are you doing? You're looking completely the wrong way. To the right, even further. Like, keep going, keep going, keep going. See how there's a door? Yeah, so I am going to put, I can only put like one slot of water into a like thingy. So you want to aim for like that rope, basically. Damn it. Hang on. And I need to wait for this thing to reset and then... Alrighty, here we go, here we go, here we go. Alright, so, shoot. Not yet. Now. There we go.
Fire extinguished. Sure.
Make sense?
Yep.
I think you can join us now. So yeah, because there was all that just extra fluff visual, but then...
Yeah, sorry, because I was looking at the wrong spot.
Hmm.
I wonder what Raider is cooking.
Yeah, he's being awfully quiet.
Something diabolical. Oh, I thought this was button mashing.
Now that's a trippy view.
Ooh.
Otherworldly.
Whoa!
Oh! Okay, so we need to be on the sci-fi side. And then...
This is weird!
Yeah. Oh, he's in both sides.
Witness the power of a god.
Get over to my side!
Alright, and then...
Oh, this is a fucked up visual and I kinda love it.
I think... Oh my god. Alright.
Oh, this is trippy as balls. This is...
Throw a bloody plane at us! This is gonna get ugly.
Alright.
This is like some LSD simulator bullshit.
It's a split fiction! My... Oh. My side. There we go. Alright. Avoid the eels.
Not sure we want to be.
Oh, we want to hook on to avoid the shark. What in the fuck?
This is some surreal BS.
Oh, alright. I'm on a broom.
Of course it's fire breathing.
Ah! Okay, there we go.
Oh, this is fucking awesome. I love this.
This is cool. Alright, oh, do these jump? Yeah, they don't. Oh yeah, we can do tricks!
Not good, not good!
Jump?
My kingdom, my
Why do you get the warm white and I get the cool white? Oh, no longer, fiction.
Do you think you can destroy my machine?
Rita, I'm going to enjoy putting my foot so far up your ass you'll be tasting the leather back of your throat.
Get ready, Zoe!
Ah!
I can't let you ruin what I've built.
End this madness, Raider!
This ends when you yield or die.
Oh.
Just stand still.
Oh, we'll stand still.
The elements only bend to me.
Uh-oh. That's crazy. Trips.
That's nothing.
Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
Damn it, sorry.
Nah, it's okay, it's okay. He has no imagination. All he can do is plain blocks. Ah, interesting. Yeah. Good point. Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he can. I need you, bestie.
I order you to stop.
Uh-oh.
He didn't like that!
Alright. Ding.
I won't let 20 years of my life be ruined by you two.
Yeah!
Machine gun!
Oh my god, we both get machine guns.
We can fight back!
Hi there, Pink. We're at the final boss.
Why won't you stop?
Okay, so don't shoot all the time.
Yeah, you gotta. It slows you down too much.
My machine is more important than your lives.
Wow, dick much?
Stand still, insects. I'll crush you like I crushed all my rivals.
Come on, shoot him!
No one believed in my vision. No one but me.
Ah, boo-hoo.
Only I saw the potential.
Did we get him? I don't know!
I rise, you fall.
Oh.
People elbowed him.
Oh, we're back in our fantasy. Oh yeah, this is wave 2 fantasy. So in the first one, we were like the first fantasy in the start of the game, and now... Ooh. Oh, look at this.
Oh, this is good. Whoa, okay.
Oh, you see...
Oh, I hate this.
So, yeah, I now need to stay at the top. So, yeah, see how you now have the...
Oh, I hate this.
You need to get ahead. You need to get ahead. You need to get ahead. Otherwise, I won't know. There we go.
Push!
Oh, look at this visual.
Oh, this is on acid.
Alright. Oh. Alright, let's see. I'm sticking to the left.
Will we ever escape? We have
Okay, you need to go ahead, because I can't see... I can't see shit.
Okay, now you
in
to
that.
the right. Now you to the right.
Yep.
Whoa, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down.
Oh, I see what's... Okay.
No, hold them open, hold them open.
No, okay, so you need to... Oh, I see. Okay, now I get the visual. Okay, so turtles on my side are chainsaw things at your side.
Yeah, so I can't be where the turtles are.
I'm glad that they're not letting us just do, like, you know, circles with this thing. It's being a little bit clever of like, okay, let's try and keep you at What's-a-Mahuzi's side.
Digital void.
Oh, I need to stay on my side so you can see what's going on. Oh, wait, no, it's the same platforming. Never mind. There's no, like, difference in the platforming. Oh, hold it. I thought... It's a hold! It's a hold!
I already told you, stop pursuing the glitches!
There we go.
Did we fuck that? No.
The tech brain to make it is amazing. Yeah, it's a bit crazy. Oh. Now we're together in one, it seems. So yeah, now this is...
There's gotta be another glitch around.
Okay. Oh, different... Oh!
Whoa!
No! Okay, shit. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Holy shit. There we go, there we go.
I reign supreme!
Avoid the water droplets then. Oh, oh.
Fuck.
Oh, over here. Yep. Oh. Ah! Oh! Oh my god. This is crazy!
Wait, they're in the dragons.
Holy shit!
Really think you can get away with this? You will burn! I'm a god here. Meet your maker.
Oh, okay,
What do you
so...
reckon our dragons are gonna come and help us?
Maybe.
I'll bask in your twilight.
Now.
No glitch will save you now.
There we go. Oh, swords! Okay, so we had, like...
Try me!
Oh.
Okay, right back!
Poseidon's got nothing on me.
Fucking sharks!
Kneel before me.
You need me to stay alive? Yep, you need me to stay alive.
Yep.
Alright, we got him halfway. Oh, now we're in sci-fi mode. Oh, you can hit the boulders, I think? Yes, you can. Okay, cool. So one of us can be on offense and the other can be on defense. Oh, maybe not for this one. There we go. The tech brain to make this is amazing. Yeah, it's definitely up there. Oh, and back at the machine sort of source.
Hey, Zoe! Down here! Whoa!
All right.
How did you get in there? I don't know! Get me out! Okay? Don't stress! I'm on it! Literally!
Oh, okay, so... There...
Stop! Keep that up!
Okay, so this is like
an
mini
acid
game.
trip.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so
Oh,
there we
shit.
go. So there's that, and then there's this. Yeah, that's it. So, and then you do your course.
Do you see an end down there?
Oh.
A little help, Zoe? Leave it to me.
Oh, there we go. I can hit the blocks. Okay.
Keeping it cool.
Oh, this is... I'm sorry, I almost got you killed like on more than one occasion.
That's alright, I don't blame you.
I like how it does the CRT thing at my feet.
This is my show!
Damn, there's some good visuals in this. Oh, is this gonna be a reverse?
Maybe. Alright. So are you gonna be Stomps as well? Oh, you're something else.
Tablet time.
Alright.
You got big.
Oh, okay. Hang on. So, alright, so you're Geo stuff. Alright, keep it that way. Keep it that way. Yep. And then... Oh, no, wrong way. You need...
Oh, sorry, yep.
You okay down there?
Yep, alright. And then to the right. You'll need to do, like, major tilts. Alright, no, yep, cool, alright. Other direction. Let's see how quickly... Yep, go. Whoa. There we go.
Yeah, it's kind of like the pinball from the earlier.
Oh.
Oops, sorry. Hang on.
There we go.
How much more can this simulation handle?
Yep, and then... There we go.
Oh, she changes costumes for each one.
Between each of the things. Yep. Carts. Push it forward.
That's kind of cool.
And then jump.
On it.
Alright, ding. Dong. Oh, no, I need that wheel. There we go. Alright.
Sorry, I can't really slow it down.
No, it's okay. What does this one want me to do?
He's back.
Oh, okay, so I need to stay in the thingy-majiggies. So, yep. Other way. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm tilting it. I just can't be sure of how much tilt I need to give it.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, that one was a... Alright.
Stop!
Alright, get ready to tilt the other way. Oh.
There's a laser there.
Yeah, there's a laser there.
Stop!
Alright. Nice.
Ah.
Surprise!
He's just been stealing all the ideas these two had.
Watch as I kill you with your own creations.
Rude.
A strange parking garage.
Brace yourself!
Shit, I got knocked off. Stay alive. He's just a cranky fucking baby.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the claw. That was quick.
God, this'll do the trick! Take him down!
Useless.
Attack! Good stop!
Eradicate.
Ah, sorry. Stay alive.
Scaling up trauma. All treasures are mine.
Oh, Colonel is coming! Oh, was it a tortoise? It doesn't matter!
Oop, I died. Hold still. Or hold strong, really.
Overclocking machinery.
Almost there, almost there. Yeah! I reckon we have one more phase to go through.
This is not happening! What's going on?
Oh, up here. Avoid the bricks. Oh.
What's going on is you're getting fucked, Gudley.
Stop this! You understand nothing!
Oh, here we go. Alright, now we
Ready
fight
to
him.
kick his ass?
Yep.
Enough! Enough already! This is my creation, my dream! And no one, not you or you, will stand in my way!
Get ready to flank him, Zoe! Let's get him!
Oh.
Stop this right now!
Body mashing like mad!
Come on!
Come on!
Antibiotics! Squish the bastard!
Yeah!
Ow. Wow, he was in there copping a feel of their asses.
The machine is basically destroyed at this point. Nice.
We out, bitches!
Woo! Oh, everyone else was still inside their
How
bubble.
you doing?
You okay?
They're all gonna wake up and be like, what the fuck just happened?
With no context. What? They were just like, oh, we were just living our fantasies. What are you talking about?
My machine. My life's work. You ruined everything.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, save it for the biography.
Hey, let's get the hell out of here.
Absolutely.
I could go for a chimmy fucking changa.
Okay, if those were proper security guards, they would be like, nah, everyone stay here. No one go anywhere. What mall cops?
Well, this will be a day to remember.
Why? What do you mean?
Hey, you know what? We should write a book about all of this.
Huh. Yeah, maybe we should.
What should we call it? How about
Bwah.
Yeah, like the Invincible thing, where like
Yeah.
split fiction pops up.
Hey, guy, or like in Fantastic Four, it's like, that's fantastic. He's like, say it again. Fantastic. Guys, I got an idea. You ready? Yeah, yep, here it is. And then it does title drop. Ah, it doesn't look like they'll do that.
No. Too on the nose. Oh no!
Oh no. December 2025. Of course she's wearing a pantsuit.
Never was comfortable in these type of clothes. They're so impractical.
It's a release party, not a heist.
Oh, the book. They must have written it.
Oh, nice.
I picked up.
Oh my god!
Oh!
It's Split Fiction! The very game we were playing!
Look, Dad. I got published.
The way to make a friend is... What was his quote? The only way to make a friend is together or something?
I'm good.
He's proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm telling you, our book is brilliant. We are brilliant. Shall we? The main guests can't be late to their own release party.
Wish us luck. Still, though, I can't believe we named it Split Fiction.
Cue the title sequence!
Title, not the official title.
It's actually growing on me. Split fiction. It sounds cool.
I guess.
It is cool.
So, how do you think our...
I'm LZ. Thank you for the follow.
My gut feeling tells me we're gonna be alright.
Alright or great?
Does it matter? At least we've got each other. Best friends forever.
Sometimes I forget how cheesy you are.
Oh, come on. Bestie.
Who even says bestie?
I do.
And little kids.
Oh, I can live with that.
I'm not surprised.
You can say it too.
No.
You want to?
Stop it.
Just embrace your inner kid.
Fine.
My bestie, alright?
Happy now.
Oh, see, we can say it. Oh, I think I'm gonna cry now.
I wonder though what would have happened if we didn't pick up all the side stories. Is there something that would have happened?
I'm not too sure.
Skip.
Oh, and it has like a thingy-majiggy. Interesting. So we can like both opt in. BFFs finally published. We got an achievement.
Well, you did. I don't get any of the achievements.
You didn't get any achievements?
No, because I don't own the game, so I don't get the achievements.
Oh, I thought because you had the friend pass, it would work for you.
No, apparently not.
No.
Oh, but that was so much fun.
That was honestly a lot of fun.
Oh.
Is there a quit? Yeah, there is a quit button. There it is.
That was honestly a good time.
Yeah, fantastic, quite honestly. I loved it. So yeah, that was good. That was good stuff.
I would play that. I would definitely play a game like that again.
Not fair. I don't know about playing it again personally, because that I've never like any game I play is like sort of in the same realm as like a movie or a TV show. I'm unlikely to do it again. I just sit with the experience. I let it mellow. I let it just, coalesce. I just absorb it.
I get that.
So yeah, no, I quite liked it. I'm really glad that you and I went and were able to play it, because yeah, I remember it getting released and I was like, oh, should we do it? And then like, as the weeks went on, I was like, oh, I'm doing fairly all right financially and what have you, and I was like, you know what, let's play it. Let's play a game together. And
let's do this, bitch.
Yeah, let's do it. So I thought it was a good game to pick
It
up.
was legitimately a good game. So I'm guessing you're probably gonna head off.
Yes.
I might jump into a little more Oblivion in a second. I need to pee first. I'm probably going to leave everyone with some words on stream before I do that.
Alrighty then. Well then, I will go and hang on. I'll go and do a raid while you pee. So then that way people have an opportunity to join in on your side. Hi there, Lester Fox. Welcome to the stream.
Hi Lester. How you doing?
Hope you're doing all right. We just got done with Split Fiction. I got the game and wanted to play with Code the Yoshi, and it was absolutely fantastic. Highly recommended. If you have a friend, both of you don't need to own it. One of you just needs to own it, and the other can use a friend pass. It's a fantastic game. We just got it done. Highly recommend it. And yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. But Code's just going to go on a quick bathroom or a lunch break or something like that. And I will go and raid into Code, so then that way any of you on this side will be able to hang out a little bit longer with Code the Yoshi. And yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will be back online Saturday morning for some Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remaster, because I've never played the game before, other than like on stream and such. So I'm familiar with Skyrim and Fallout 3, 4, and such like that, but not Morrowind. So some stuff I'm familiar with, like mechanically, other stuff I'm not so much, and it's hopefully, fun time. But if I don't see you there, I have a Discord you guys can hang out in. Check out my TikToks, Blue Sky, or what have you. Otherwise, I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. How dare you, Jack, throw cactar at me before we raid? I hope you all have a wonderful time over at Code the Yoshis, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.